Hello. Hello, minions. You hear that? You hear that sound? Sounds like seagulls. And I hear that they are crying. Oh, they're crying. And I don't know what happens when they cry. But I guess that's what we're here to find out together. Is what happens when they cry. Boohikax, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Thank you for giving away all of your rights to me. That's what happens when you click that follow button. Thank you. And also, I should say, if you're here, turn left with salt. Thank you for following 2 days ago. I always like to give thanks to the new members of the Rose Rabbit Army, even if it was before a stream. So this is a very special stream, isn't it? I have never read Umineko When They Cry before, but thanks to all of you very generous minions, we reached a donation goal to read the question arcs, the first 4 out of 8 chapters of the game. I had to split it up like that, partially for, frankly, practicality, because everybody tells me this visual novel is absurdly long. It's absurdly long, and it would just be better for me to break it up into chunks. So, I have done one thing. I've installed a single mod to this visual novel. Yes, we are modding visual novels. We're truly in the future. Which is that I have installed a voice mod. The Steam version natively does not have the voices that were in the PS3 version, I think it is the game, the voice acting. And I've been told the voice acting is extremely high quality and essential to the experience. So we'll check it out. Well, I'm excited for that. I've heard it's very good, especially for what's her name, the witch, Beatrice. Bito, as some people call her. So I'm excited. I'm excited to hear it. Oh my god, Pyropoyo has resubbed for 5 months with the message, "You like Ryokishio 7? His early work was a little too, quote, slice of life for me. But when Umineko came out in 2007, I think he really came into his own commercially and artistically. Thank you." And then you chop up the Ace Attorney fan with an axe, right? For daring to put his visual novel on VNDB. That's how that movie goes, right? Thank you for the resub, Pyroboya. I'm very happy to have you all here. Buhikak says, currently going through Umineko 2. Hoping you also enjoy it. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard it's very entertaining. And thank you for the follow again. Yes, I'm excited. I think it'll be very interesting. There's only a few things I know about Umineko, which is that Battler is the most stupid man alive, despite being some sort of detective or investigator. And magic is real, maybe. And also something about red text. Try asking for another Higurashi anime now, you fucking stupid bastard. Thank you, Pyro. I don't know if that new Higurashi anime went over well. I've heard very mixed feelings about it. Seems like it did a Final Fantasy VII remake, which is always contentious, but I always think is neat. I guess I'd have to read the original first to get context. Maybe another time. I know a lot of people like Higurashi as well. Yeah, a lot of people I know love Umineko and have been trying to get me to read it for a long time. So I thought, why not monetize people trying to share things they like with me? That's a good idea, right? And you all came through with it. Thank you so much. So I think we should get started. Oh no, I need to customize my VN reading controls. Let's look at this. Okay, looks good. All right, let's we're gonna start. Oh, I did like start up the game, you know, just to test the mod. One thing I really like is that you can manually unlock the episode so you can skip to later ones. But it puts up a warning if you hover over the unlock button. We strongly recommend that only those who have played the previous episodes use this feature. If you do not progress through the episodes in order, you will probably be confused and lose interest. And I'm like, man, that is so true. That is so true. So true, Ryakushi. Ain't that just a fact? That if you read things out of order, you might be confused. Anyways, we're gonna start, of course, with episode 1. Legend of the Golden Witch. Welcome to Rokanjima. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Please, take it easy and relax for the time being. There's no need to think overly hard about any of this. Quietly accept all that is about to happen. That is all that's being asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. We might as well at least start by taking the easy road. So this is one thing that confused me when I first heard about this. I saw the description of like the difficulty is standard. And I'm like, wait, this is just a visual novel. It's not like there's any difficult gameplay. Like it's not even like Ace Attorney where there's the court segments or anything, as far as I know. And then someone told me, oh yeah, the difficulty is just in trying to solve the mystery for yourself before Battler does. But I've also been told, like, again, Battler is a fucking idiot, so you should be able to do it. I'm like, okay, I am pretty smart. I am very intelligent. So, we'll see how this goes. We'll start with episode 1. Oh, it sounds like an old film reel. Okay, so we got these tips. I'm not sure if tips is the right word for this, because, again, I guess it's just kind of tongue-in-cheek. Because it's not like there's any gameplay or, like, actually anything to, like, you gotta actually, you know, interact with to solve the mystery. But you got, like, a flow chart and stuff, so. Also on recommendation, I've switched to the original sprites and not the ones for the Steam version. The story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance? It's obviously fictional, you dummy. Oh, that's quite loud. Okay. I still haven't overcome my love of alcohol. Yes. The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. I think I do see what people mean when they tell you to use the original sprites. It's soul, right? It's about the soul. Soul versus soulless. And also they look insane when they're doing funny expressions, which I can appreciate. I did look at the ones from the PS3 game, and like, you know, while they're technically quote unquote better, they do look very flat, which is not something the original sprites have. Are witches real? I don't know. We'll have to find out. No signs of witches yet. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene. I've seen this guy. It's just that bit Yang Wenli says in Legend of Galactic Heroes. Wine has been man's friend throughout history. Would you abandon a friend? Are we watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes now? As the man bearing his chest for the stethoscope rearranged his clothes, he spoke unapologetically. He's being propped up. Bro, the only reason your liver is even functioning right now is these pills I'm stuffing you with. Pills here. Mein Freund. Genji. I like this guy's coat. I think it's a coat with like the little wing insignia on it. That looks, it's a nice symbol. Is this guy like a butler? They all have the wing thing. After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and the family doctor who forbade it, Genji, oh, he is a butler, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's order faithfully. Yeah, I do like all the character designs. Even, you know, again, in the Ryukishi arts, the art drawn by the author himself, it's, how do I put this? Like, I don't want to say they're bad because, like, that's really not the case. They don't line up with people's technical expectations of art, I think. But I do think there's, like, obvious thought put into the way characters look. Yeah, I think amateurish is right. It's just not derogatory, amateurish. It's like, this person has ideas, and they know exactly what they want. It's just, they're not someone who is trained in art a lot. They just did it. The family doctor, Nanjo, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet, liqueur. There was a smell filling up the room. This sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bear to part with. Have you drank any green alcohol recently, minions? I can't say green alcohol is a very common flavor. What the fuck has he got on that shelf? This guy's voice sounds very familiar, by the way. I swear I've heard it. Absinthe? Oh, you know what? That is probably what it is. I didn't know absinthe was green. Absinthe is associated with the cult? Oh. Welcome, by the way, to Collapsed Vigil. First time. Creme de menthe? I've never heard of that one. Do I want to know the VAs as they come up? Sure. I've heard it's quite a stacked cast list, but unfortunately I'm just really bad at associating voices with names. Green jello shots too? Okay, well, I mean, as funny an image as it is, I do not think this guy is down in green jello shots. It's especially hard with, like, old man voices. Because, like, there's so many iconic old man seiyus that I can't... Sometimes I get them mixed up. Sumana. Kinzo is voiced by Mugi Hito. Oh, that explains it. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage. See, I was right. He's voiced Sigma in the past. Oh, you know what? That explains it. Maybe in the X4 anime cutscenes? You mean Mega Man X Sigma, right? Well, the time keeps decreasing as your alcohol intake increases, so... That's Sigma? Okay, cool. Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then, he finally spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass. You're dying, son. Oh god, chess metaphors already? He's also Keel from Eva. Oh, neat. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. I love chess metaphors, minions. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. White's king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. Oh, I couldn't have guessed. Thank you for spelling it out for me. What is this, Code Geass? I should rewatch Code Geass. It's been a long time. There were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. A miserable little pile of bequeathments. I mean, that is one way to look at it. He's like, no, let me pull out the dictionary definition. Oh. Do I look like a person who has emotions and knows how to express them? I'm a 70-year-old man. Genji's voiced by Masato Funaki, and Nanjo is voiced by Akihiko Ishizumi. Cool. Bakabakashi. Ridiculous. I have repressed all of my feelings for my closest family. I can't believe Knives Out stole from Umineko. I created everything. Balin Baloo, thank you for continuing your gift sub. I appreciate it. Continue to fill my coffers. This guy's really excited. He's really emotional about this whole deal. This actor's really putting his all into it. Oh. So it's not, there's more to it. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. Yeah, you should write that down so you don't forget. I don't think this guy's that trusting. I don't think he's trusting enough to let people handle things for him. He doesn't seem to like his children very much. When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's hand. Dameda!
私が生きているうちでなくてはならぬ。私は死ねば魂はすぐに契約の悪魔に食らわれて消え去ってしまう。
This font is way bigger when compared to Tsukihime's. That is true. I've noticed this game is using that. It's using the whole ass screen so far. In Tsukihime, usually the text would only go down to like halfway. Oh, okay. He just seems to be okay with this, the terms of this. I mean, he's upset that it's happening soon, but he seemed, if he signed the contract, he must have been okay with this whole soul getting devoured by demons upon death business. Mitai! Oh, that's the lady.
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私をこれほどまでに拒むのか。今こそお前に与えられたすべてを返そう、すべてを失おう。だから最後にもう一度だけお前の美少を見せてくれ。ベアトリーチェ、頼む交渉だ。聞こえているはずだ。お前はそういう女だ。頼む。
This guy is going. Imagine I feel sorry for this doctor who's like, man, I'm just trying to do a checkup, and this guy's going on a whole like Shakespearean soliloquy. Oh, this is how people on Twitter think of me sometimes. You're paying attention to me. You are.
私の前にもう一度現れてくれ。そして微笑んでくれ。なじってくれてもいい。望むならお前の手で私の命を奪ってくれてもいい。
Oh, he wants it.
死にたくない。お前の微笑みを
This guy really just wants to be degraded by a witch. Beatrice! Is he gonna die right here? This seems like a death speech. Oh. Oh shit. There's an OP. I have heard some of the music from this game. Some of these songs go hard. That pan flute is going in. That face. Sorry, that face is really funny. She's just like, ah. Yo, look at this low poly wine glass. Welcome to Rokanjima. Yeah, everybody's seething. They've all got their ridiculous crying faces. Yes, the Steam version has new art, but I was told the original art has more soul, so... The first day, October 4th, 1986.
へえ、時代ってやつは進歩してんな。たったの20分でついちまったんだから驚いちまうぜ。
This is suddenly really loud. I have to... Sock. Okay. Sorry, the voices were really loud all of a sudden. I had to turn it down a bit, but I'll turn up the stream side to compensate. There we go. Huh? There we go. Huh? Oh, there we go. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first wait, did I accidentally turn off the voices? Because this is narration. Is there narration voices? There is no narration voice, okay. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. It's only spoken dialogue, okay. Just spare me. Okay, I didn't turn off the voice. 大丈夫よ. Who's this guy?
船に比べたら全然揺れは少ないよ。
Daisuke Ono would walk out if he was... Oh, does Daisuke Ono voice Battler? Oh my god, it is Daisuke Ono. I recognized him immediately. Holy shit, that is Daisuke Ono. It's so easy to recognize.
揺れってなんすか？別に俺飛行機も揺れんのかな、まさか落ちたりしねえかななんて夢にも思っちゃいないぜ。
Yeah, the little I don't know what to call them. They're not quite blushes, but like the little marks under the eyes. That's something I've noticed like every character has.
ごめんごめん。もう小さい頃とは違うよね。あれから6年も経ってるんだし。
You've got a nice suit now.
もうバトラ君も子供じゃないか。
じゃあ、兄貴はタバコも酒も OK ってかよ。タバコは興味ねえけど、酒は飲んでみたいよな。
How old is Battler?
兄貴なんかおじさんの遺伝子あんなら相当飲めちゃいそうだけど。
僕の場合は好きで飲むというよりは仕
Is he
事で飲む方が
Kinzo's
多い
son?
からね。
Battler's 18? Holy shit. I thought he was like... I look at him and guess he was in his 20s.
そうっすよね。だから俺も今晩の夕食あたりに初
Like, I thought he was older than that.
ダメだよ。バトラ君はまだ未成年じゃないか。
Oh my god, he is still a minor.
未成年の飲酒は発育に悪影響を及ぼす可能性がって
こんだけタッパがありゃ俺の発育は十分っすからむしろちょいと身長縮めた方が服が探しやすいくらい
I really don't think he's that tall. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I'd passed... No, come on! Come on. 5'11". Oh my god. Okay. This is already really hard. I already cannot take this man seriously at all. Oh. It's not tall, come on. Oh, I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. Oh my god, he's an idiot. Before then, I never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniku, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn, I'll bet all my relatives will say, look how big you've grown, Battler-chan, or something. It's also embarrassing. Oh yeah, there's definitely something embarrassing about you, Battler. I wish they'd just give me a break. Anyway, my name, Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? Yeah, you're right. I've gotta wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. I guess that's a kanji joke that doesn't really translate. Sorry, but that's not even close. My name is written like that. I'm sorry, I don't read Japanese. My name, Batula. Can you read it? The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. Okay, the first three characters are Ushiromiya. The last two, because there's a little space between them. The last two is Battler. Get ready for kanji jokes that don't translate. I'm so excited. I get to learn about another language. The problem is my given name. Yeah, the last two characters is made up of the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced Battler. Put it all together, and you've got Ushiromiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. It reminds me of, like some guy who posted about how he wanted to name his kids Dante and Virgil, so he tried to convince his wife it was biblical. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is Ushiromiya George. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year. I cannot fucking believe Battler is 18. Since the Ushiromiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I call him Aniki today. George is voiced by Kenichi Suzumura. He's Zack Fair. Cool. And Balin. Incredible. Oh, who's this guy? I don't like his mustache. That's right, it was Suzumura. Ugh. Was Suzumura's voice someone else I know, too? Let me think. And by that I mean Google. Oh yeah, it was Hikaru and we were in a high school host club. That's right. That's the one. Oh, I've seen this lady. I've seen someone post this lady's sprites. Rudolph was also a manlet.
成長期が遅い方が最終的には伸びるのかもね。
んなことないっすよ。男は中身も伴わなくっちゃ。
そうや。バトラ君
Oh
は
god, there's two of them.
男は中身で勝負なんや。常に己の鍛錬を忘れたらあかん。そして虎視眈々とチャンスを待って
チャンス
ドカンと開花させるんや。
チャンス。
わしもまさか今日会社社長なんて一国一城の主になれるとは思わんかった。
With a small loan of $100 million from my father.
そうや。あの無一文の焼け野原がわしの原点なんや。
This stout, plump old guy is George Aniki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. Apparently, impressions are everything in the business world. So speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. Okay. However, I hear he gets embarrassed when talking with an earshot of a real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I guess that makes sense. Like, someone who's actually from Kansai would be able to tell he's faking it, probably. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person.
すぐ自分の自慢話に入っちゃうのがたまに傷なのよね。
Is this this is that, like, voice tick I hear sometime in other things where they, like, elongate their their vowels.
およしなさいな。バトラ君、耳にタコができちゃってるんだ
At
か
the
ら。
end of sentences.
ねえ。
ねえ。
そんなことねえっすよ。でもいいじゃないっすか。語れる武勇伝があるってのは男としてかっこいいことだと思いますよ。
Hideyoshi is voiced by Masashi Hirose. He's Rambo Raw. That's awesome. And oh, no wonder I recognized her voice. It's Miki Ito, Android 18. That's cool. This is a really stacked cast list so far. Everybody loves Rambo Raw. No wonder I was immediately like, oh, this guy seems cool. It's because he's Rambo Raw.
俺なんか語るような話は何もないっすからね。
あら、そう
This is no Zaku, battler.
バトラ君なんかそのルック
No
スでい
Zaku.
っぱい女の子を泣かせてそうだからさぞかし武勇伝が多そうだと思ったんだけど
You know what this reminds me of? Telling Squall he's the best looking guy here.
うわあ、だだだだだ。情報弾じゃないっすよ。そんな妙な武勇伝あるわけないじゃない。むしろ紹介してほしいくらいっす。
Okay, you shouldn't admit that to people, I think. I think you shouldn't tell people, no, girls hate me.
あるんでしょ武勇伝おばさんにも後で教えてね
Alright, now you're being weird.
ジョージったらそういう浮ついた話が全然ないんだから
This is George Aniki's mother, Aunt Eva. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me back as far as I can remember. Yeah, she's like, my son gets no bitches and stacks no paper. Poor George. It sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with. Even so, George Aniki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Sheesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Oh boy, can't wait to learn more about those insane people.
ルドルフさんを見なかった
I like this lady's outfit.
あ、さっきお手洗いに行くのを見ましたけど。
Like, she's got the cool, like, jacket and the tie.
まだ出てこないんすか。こりゃぽっくりいっちまったかな。ナムナムナムナム。
What does that fucking mean, battler?
自分のお父さんにそんな言い方はないでしょ
I did see there was a comparison on the mod site. I downloaded the voice mod for him for the sprites, Yeah, her pachinko sprite is fucked. Like, it's so weird. Like, the proportions are all really weird. I can pull it up. What's her name? I guess I'll find out in a second.
ああ、あんにゃろは昔からそうです。雑誌持ってトイレに入るのやめてほしいんすよね。何の雑誌持ち込んでな。
Let's not be vulgar.
あら、そんな心配は全然不要よ。私と一緒にいる以上、そんなことして。
Oh yeah, I can just switch it, you're right. There we go. Oh yeah, look at this. This is fucked. Look at her proportions. They're all really weird. I don't like this at all. Also, her tits are going fucking crazy. She's like vacuum sealed into that shirt. Dress thing. I don't know. It's like a weird, like, it's like a button-up shirt, but it's also like a kimono-style dress at the bottom? Anyways, yeah, it's not just her tibbies. The proportions are all really weird. Thank you for the glass shattering sound every time I unpause. That's really... Okay, we really don't need to be talking about this subject. This is really gross and weird. Why are you so interested in this, Battler? This is fucking weird.
握っとかないとどういうことになるかよくわかってるでしょ。
いやいや、全く。あのクソ親父の手綱はキリエさんにしか無理っすよ。実の息子の俺も喜んで譲っちゃいますわ。
ええ、任せてちょうだい。そういうの得意なのよ。
This woman is my father's wife. Her name is Ushirumaya Kirie. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. Oh, okay. That makes it fine then. Now it's no longer weird. She's basically my stepmother. My real mom died 6 years ago, and Kirie-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. It's understandable for someone my age. It's not, but okay. I could never bring myself to call his new wife Mom. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting, so we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. Kirie is voiced by Atsuko Tanaka. Oh, that's Major Kusanagi. Sweet. I don't know if you talk with your friendly neighbors about keeping her husband's balls in a vice, but you know, man, whatever. You do you. It's much easier if we just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. You're making me uncomfortable. Kirie-san has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Oh, this guy is fucked up. Look at his chin. Batula. Whoa. Why are you so close?
また母さんと俺の悪口を言ってたろ。なんでお前には父親に対する
I didn't expect his dad to look like this.
俺の耳伸ばしたって空は飛べねえぞ。
Oh, I get it. It's like Dumbo. That's the joke. Dumbo flies with his ears. I like how it's bouncing and I like how it's bouncing the screen in the directions.
お父様、失礼なこと言ってごめんなさいって言ってみろ。
冗談じゃねえぜ。そういうのは会員制のお店でやりやがれってんだ。だから話せ。
Just some classic father-son activities, classic bonding. Doing the Konami code on my son, yes. This old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. Oh, yes. You're so tall. That's right. It's no surprise Aunt Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. You keep... Stop talking about your height. My opinion of you goes down every time. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written like that. You can't read it, can you? No, you know what? I can't. You're right. Come on, it's just... Anyways, this guy's name is pronounced Rudolph. Oh, okay. That's a normal name. He must hate grandfather for giving him that name. I don't know, I guess it's not normal in Japan, but it's like it's a name. It's not weirder than Badler. Still, there's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Aunt Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. It's true, that's bad. We're gonna call Child Protective Services. This scene perfectly illustrated the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his size. I don't think they're talking about ears anymore. Rudolph is voiced by Rikiya Koyama, who voiced Seijima in the Yakuzis. Very cool. This is a pretty big cast. Oh, I can hear it now. I can hear Seijima now. This family is just like going in on each other all the time. They've got some wonderful banter. After taking 3 steps back, Aunt Eva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. Just starting out with Pt.1 for her figure, Aunt Eva then developed an interest in the Chinese... Oh, is that why she's wearing a kipao? She likes Chinese martial arts? After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira, and what is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Eva. That is a weird thing no one says, but okay. Rudolph. Did you just kill him? Kill the man. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi. I can't get away with talking about my wife that way. She'll kill me. You should fuck your wife more. That is true. I can't imagine having to grow up in that household and having to live through all the unfunny bits. Like, they're just pulling bits all the time. It's terrible. Who you calling a blockhead? They keep talking about George like he isn't there.
うちのジョージもまだまだ頼りなくって。そうそう。それよりお宅のエンジェちゃんはどんな具合なの？吐いちゃったって聞いた
That's
け
a
ど。
good anime. They put the baby in the cube.
そうやそうや。久しぶりに顔が見れると思って期待してたんやで。大丈夫なんか？
いつも季節の変わり目に風邪をひくんです。どうも弱くって。
That sucks. So this would be Battler's sister?
本当は連れてきたかったんですけど、
Ange?
今回は私の実家に面倒見てもらっています。
それが賢明よ。本家の毒気に当てない方が治りは早いもの。大人の都合より子供の病気の方が大事よ。
わしな、吐く風邪によう効く薬知っとんや。帰ったらすぐ送るさかい。
At least they seem pretty nice. Like, they both seem nice. They're just pulling horrible bits all the time.
ありがとうございます、秀吉兄さん。いつもお世話になりっぱなしで。
They're just the least funny people alive. That's their only problem. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Eva gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear.
まだ天候調査中がなくならないね。
Weather report. George Aniki pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled to board. According to Aniki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather, and it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Hello, Hatsune Marvin. You've read Umineko? Very exciting. I appreciate you holding back on spoilers. I feel like that should be obvious, but no spoilers, please. Like, if I'm reading a visual novel, which is, you know, what it has going for it is the story, I of course would not like to be spoiled. So let's be careful about what you say, or I'll shoot you to death. Wait a sec. We are totally sure it's not gonna shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly. I don't know why I read that as Wales.
ちょっと天気が怪しいものね。
Aunt Eva looked at a TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region.
また台風か。
Typhoon.
親族会議が毎年10月ってんじゃ。これは宿命だぜ。もうちょい時期を選んでくれ。
Are typhoons common in October in Japan? I'm assuming this is in
どうか
Japan.
ね。私もお盆の時期にやってくれればっていっつも思うわよ。ならルドルフ、それ今回の会議でお父様と兄さんに提案してみればいいじゃない。
Wait, of course they're in Japan. It just mentioned the weather over Kanto.
冗談。姉貴が言えよ。俺が何を言っても兄貴は聞かねえよ。
いやよ。
Their brother? So they're not referring to
私は別
Hideyoshi, are
に
they?
10月でも困らないもの。
They're referring to someone else.
台風が嫌だから
Hideyoshi is his
って言うから
brother-in-law.
提案したらって言っただけよ。
俺は台風が来るのはいつものことだなって言っただけだろ。お盆の時期がいいって言い出したのは姉貴だぜ。
あら、去年ルドルフも言ったわよ。お盆の時期なら仕事のスケジュールとも合わせやすいのにって。
言ってねえだろ、そんなことよ。
He didn't say that.
言ったわよ。私、そういうのは絶対忘れないもん。
He's like, no, don't tell. Don't tell on me.
いや言ってねえよ。言ってんのはいつも姉貴だよ。
知ってる？寸止めって高等技術なのよ。
I'll kick you to death.
いい年した女がはしたないことばっかしてんじゃねえぜ。
She is gaslighting him. She's very girl boss right now. Dad and Aunt Ava's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling.
普段は父親や母親として振る舞っていても、こうして親族会議で元の兄弟に出会うと、子供の頃の自分に戻っちゃうからだろうね。
と、冷静に分析できるジョージ兄貴の方がずっと大人に見えるぜ。 俺は将来あんなクソ親父みたいにはなりたくないね。なるなら兄貴みたいな知的な大人になりたいもんだぜ。
Well, I'm sorry, Battler, but I don't think there's any hope for that. I don't think you're ever going to be an intellectual. You seem dumb as rocks.
僕かい？
Nijima, where they're flying to, is an island south of Tokyo. Oh, okay. I didn't know they were a real location. We're all based off of real places.
僕なんかまだまださ。社会経験が全然足りないし、社交性も度胸も足りない。バトラ君にはそれらのいくつかがすでにあるように思うよ。だからきっと成人したら僕なんかすぐに追い抜いちゃうさ。
George Aniki scratched his head and laughed, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry. Tsukihime has trained me. I see a guy with glasses who acts too normal compared to the people around him. I'm just like, oh, you're a psychopath, secretly. That's my guess right now. Of course, he was just being humble. Aniki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. George is just a guy? I don't believe you. I don't think anyone in this game is just a guy. Piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. His great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Aniki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no effort as he strives towards his goal. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Aniki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky idle high school life to the max. George is the normal one? Again, I don't believe you. I don't think there's a normal one. Nobody's normal in this. I refuse to believe that. I've got no dreams for the future. I'd like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in, but of course, that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal, so I guess I can't compare at all. That's true, Hideyoshi is also kind of normal, but he's still like doing embarrassing dad shit, and like pulling terrible bits. George is just like, I'm a good boy, I'm normal, and I'm like, I don't believe you. You're like some sort of serial killer secretly, I think. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Owned. Yeah, exactly. Hideyoshi is normal because he's not actually a member of the family by blood. He's allowed to be normal. Damn it, I'm not gonna be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. Only willpower is all it took to become an adult. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Are they? Well, it's not like I could mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late. Volume control is right. Did they state the date? Yeah, it's I forget the exact date, but it's sometime in October 1986.
Rosa-sanやないか。
Oh.
マリアちゃん、久しぶりやの。
久しぶり。
Nice little crown. I like her little crown. Yeah, October 4th. Yeah, that was it. Ooh.
マリア、お久しぶりです。でしょ？言ってごらん。
Oh boy. I love it when my child characters who are totally normal have funny verbal tics.
そうや。よく言えたな。ご褒美に飴玉あげような。おっと、あれどこにしまったんや。
ローザさん、お久しぶりです。
I like this piano piece though. Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum.
マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。
I only patched in the voices.
ご無沙汰してます、キリエ姉さん、秀吉兄さん。
Dun 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 dun.
と、あ
Rose is voiced by Ami Koshimizu? Wow. That's Ryuko from Kill la Kill. Yeah, there you go. Yukiko from Persona 2. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's someone else I really like that Ami Koshimizu voiced. Trying to remember. Maybe it'll come to me. Who was it? Let me look this up. It's gonna mess with me now. She's done so many voice works, but there's one I really like besides just Ryuko. Maybe it was in a game. Oh, that's right. She's the modern voice of Mai Shiranui. That's it. Yeah, it was Mai. Since KOF 13, I think. I think that's it.
大きくなったわね。
いや
Everybody's like, Battler, you're so tall now.
今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm so tall. Everybody says it all the time.
ローザ、遅かったな。飛行機がダイヤ通りだったらギリギリ。
ごめんなさい。列車の接続がうまくいかなくて。なに？また天候調査中なの？ぼやかないぼやかない。船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ。
That's true. The boat must be no fun.
たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
マリアちゃんも大きくなったで。今身長いくつあるんや？
You stop making noises. Maria-chan parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. Maria's voiced by Yue Horie. Oh yeah, Chie! Chie from Persona. She's probably right in the middle of the growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years and she'll suddenly start looking feminine. Okay, let's... I mean, she looks kind of feminine already with her outfit. But I understand what Battler means. Just please stop being weird.
これでも少しずつは伸びてるんですよ。ねえ。
去年よりもずっと成長
This
したと思
funny
うん
little
ですよ。
girl makes sounds if you squeeze her.
今年で9歳でしたっけ？
Okay, she's 9. I do like her funny little crown. See, the thing about the original Ryakushi sprites is that, like, it's so hard to tell anyone's ages just by looking at them. Like, I can't, you know, this girl could either be just like a very petite woman or 8 years old. It's hard to tell.
マリアちゃんも元気そうでよかった。よいしょ。もう高い高いをするにはちょっと重くなってきたかな。
Aw.
うわ、ジョージ兄貴、そりゃレディに失礼だろ。俺がやってやるぜ。
Yeah, it's also the height. Like, she's almost as tall as Battler, but like, she can't be that way actually, right? Like, I feel like that's just an abstraction so that, like, you can see most of her sprite. She's obviously not that tall. When I went to lift her up in Anaki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Ah, that's right. The last time I met Maria was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face. Who is this strange idiot?
マリアちゃん、覚えてる？
Pachinko sprites have her at like a fourth of the screen. That is funny.
トラ君よ。一緒に遊んでもらったの忘れちゃった？
Yeah, next time she's on screen, I'll check the pachinko sprite. Okay. She's so tiny. I hate that sprite for her though. Oh god, I don't want to look at those anymore. She's so scrunkly. Okay, let's go. Yeah, there she goes. She suddenly got a growth spurt.
無理だろ。最後にバトラと会ったのは3つの時だぜ。3つの時の記憶なんか残ってねえよ。
Oh, it wasn't Maria I was talking about. It was Eva. She must know everyone's face apart from mine, because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Ushiramaya family for about 6 years now. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby.
マリア。バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。
Yeah, it's the pachinko is the same artist as the manga, right? It's kind of weird because I think what I've seen in the manga looks really good. But something about the pachinko sprites looks really weird. Like a lot of the proportions and the faces.
わかる？
Like I'd rate the PS3 sprites higher than the pachinko ones. I don't know, maybe the artist just wasn't used to the medium. I don't know. Could be a lot of things. Oh, she's trying to remember the word for cousin, I guess. Stop, please. That sound was probably her brain going to overload at the complicated explanation. I guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Yeah, she's like fucking overheating. I guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Ni, or Oni, the title you'd use to refer to an actual older brother, can also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older than you. It's just like Ne or One, the word for big sister.
Maria-chan. 彼はバトラ君。僕と同じいとこだよ。
庄司お兄ちゃんと同じ？いとこ。
Yeah, we're learning all kinds of things about the Japanese language today. Oh.
そう。よくできたね。
This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. This guy's a sociopath for sure. I'm sorry. I'm sure he'll be an indulgent father in the future.
バトラお兄ちゃん？
Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression as though asking whether it was okay to call me that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! That was a very Jotaro sound you just made. Daisuke Ono.
よろしくな、マリア。
バトラ。
こらマリア、呼びつけちゃダメでしょ。バトラお兄ちゃんと呼び
You
な
have
さ
to
い。
use your honorifics. You gotta be formal. We're speaking in formal language.
細かいことは気にしないっすから。まあマリア、俺とお前は名前を呼びつけ合う仲だもんな。
バトラバトラバトラ。
おや、マリアマリアマリア。
It's the voice Daisuke Ono is using right now. It's his very Osamatsu voice. We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago. Seems that people just don't change that much after all. Or she's just a literal child. I'm a bit happy that she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. She's 9 years old. Let's not make this weird. Her name is written like that. Of course, like that, it's pronounced Maria. The third characters look like a cross, which is pretty cool. I guess so. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult to know just what she's thinking, but that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. I have noticed people say Umineko uses a lot of ellipses. I haven't noticed an excessive amount of ellipses yet, though. It's pretty similar to Tsukihime's ellipses so far. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written like that. Here's a name that's totally not Japanese. That's true. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with that? Well, it's probably that witch with the foreign name he was obsessed with. Because of him, even we grandchildren had to put up with this weird naming sense. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Aunt Eva has this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time, but even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi. Oh darn. So you like her less. Okay, now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. At that moment, as though it had waited for us all to arrive, an announcement rang out through the lobby. Omedeimashita. I'm sorry, miss. The marching band in the background is overpowering your voice. Battler's family member tier list. Yes, release the tier list, Battler.
Rosa, 搭乗手続きまだだろ。急げ急げ。
いけない。マリア、いらっしゃい。
We should make the maybe later I'll make the family tier list from Battler's perspective. That would be funny. I will infiltrate Battler's minuscule brain to understand him and rate his family members as he would. We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. A staff member holding a metal detector checked us all. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushiromaya family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something, almost like you're ridiculously wealthy, and can do that. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then, our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he did. The tips menu also has extended descriptions of the family members. We'll check those out.
名簿を読み上げいたしますので、前方の座席、右側から順に右、左、次の列の右、左と詰めてお座りになってください。
Do the descriptions change over time in the tips menu?
それではお読み上げいたします。
I think that would be interesting.
後宮秀吉様。
If it does, just to check out occasionally.
わしからか?
Oh, I'm first. They do update? Okay. When that, like, ephemeral sound happens, when character names get brought up, that's them updating. Oh, okay.
そうだ、エヴァ。飴玉あるか? さっきから探してるんだが、見つからないんや。
後宮エヴァ様。ハンドバッグの中よ。機内に入ったら出すわ。
I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. I've never heard that one. I think you just made that up. It's probably what they're talking about. I guess it's that same rumor about how if you're chewing it makes it better. I've just never heard it for candy specifically.
窓際席しかないもん。
Yeah, chewing gum. As George Aniki said, there were apparently only 2 lines of seats. So this is what a small plane is like. We are totally sure it's not gonna shake, right?
後ろ宮ジョージ様
He's so scared of turbulence.
はい。大丈夫だよ、バトラ君。あんまり揺れないから。
後ろ宮バトラ様
兄貴、あんまりってどのくらいだよ。船から落ちても泳げるからいいが、飛行機が落ちたらそれでおしまいなんだぜ。もちろん客席にはパラシュートがあるんだろ。ねえの
後ろ宮ルドルフ様
ほらバトラ、感動してねえでとっとと奥行け。
I'm pretty sure they would have safety devices. And then again, it's the 80s. I don't know.
おさってパラシュートがねえんだよ。
後ろ宮キリエ様
Maybe not parachutes. I don't think parachutes are on many planes.
ほら仲良くじゃれてないの。進む進む。
いてえよキリエ。
This intro is longer than the manga. Huh.
押すなって。ボンクラが進まねえ。
The manga just gets right into it. Well, it's character building. We're building up the characters. Gotta show them in normal circumstances before things get weird.
進む進む。
後ろ宮ローザ様こらマリア静かにしなさい。
こちらは機長の川端です。本日は新東京航空201便をご利用いただき誠にありがとうございます。
The intro is very long. They just got like 90% of background exposition done in episode 1. Oh, that's fine. As long as we can get it out of the way, you know. They have the intro with Kinzo, then cut to them riding a boat to Rokanjima. Do they not go on a plane in the manga?
上空の気流が乱れているとの報告が入っています。多少の揺れがあるかもしれませんので、離陸後もシートベルトは外さないようにお願いいたします。
兄貴、シートベルト外しちゃいけない揺れってなんだよ。ジャンボ機なら離陸後はシートベルト外せるぜ。それが外しちゃいけないってどんな揺れだよ。くそー、騙された。何が揺れないだ。
I've been tricked.
どこだよ。やっぱり俺は船が良かった。
See, it's kind of disappointing they take a boat in the manga. I think Battler freaking out is really funny. Legend of the Golden Witch. Okay, well, if there's required reading from the manga for after I finish this, remind me in like a million years when I finish it. This is a great intro. I like how it's like a movie opening with their cast list. It's funny. You'll see me October 4th of 2022. Man, I don't even know if I'll have this done by then. Maybe the first half. This is a long-term project we've chained ourselves to, minions. Do I have the edited openings? I don't know what those are. Like I said, the only thing I modded into this game is the voices. No, there was an animated opening. Yeah, it had like a neat song. Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah, the OP was earlier. Okay, so now we're on the island.
やっぱ船だよな。船。
落ちる。落ちる。
Well, at least she enjoyed herself. Please stop making noises like that. I'm gonna lose it.
もういい加減になさい。でも意外ね。バトラ君、
てっきり怖いものなしだと思ってたから。
こいつ
I don't know about
昔
that.
から乗り物がなぜかダメでさ
I don't know about that. Battler doesn't give off like brave vibes to me. He seems like really cowardly, actually. I think he puts on a little bit of a bravado, but it's like so obvious it's fake.
情けない男だなおめえは
Owned. Owning my son.
ありゃさすがに揺れすぎだろ
He's all sick.
小型機乗るのは初めてだったからちょいと答えちまっただけだぜ。
あの大騒ぎでちょいとなの？バトラ君とは海外旅行を一緒に行くと賑やかそうね。おばさんとエジプトとか行かない？
We're all here to make fun of Battler.
乗れるわよ。
いい提案ね。バトラ君、エヴァ姉さんに少し鍛えてもらいなさいよ。
I'm gonna tell my sister-in-law to beat you up. Yeah, they're telling Daisuke Onna to go to Egypt. Is there something I'm missing here? See, it'll be really fucked up if the if someone in this family is voiced by Joseph. So I guess Kinzo isn't already. We already know that, so it doesn't work that well.
父さんも笑うのは悪いよ。ほら、マリアちゃんももう笑っちゃダメ。
もう笑っちゃダメ？
Owned. God damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. Owned. Yeah, let's all stuff ourselves into this tiny car. All right. This is the photo we had on hand. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. Oh, okay. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was a leisurely 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us. Okay, who's this guy? Oh, I think I've seen her too.
やあ、ジェシカちゃん、1年ぶりだね。せ、また伸びたんじゃないかい？
I think I've seen this girl too.
よしてくれよ。毎年言われんのは恥ずかしいぜ。
Yeah, I figured they weren't... Like, because they said they were flying to Nijima, and Rokanjima's the island. So I figured, like, Rokanjima must be, like, a private island.
おいおい兄貴、嘘だろ？こいつが本当にジェシカなのかよ？
ってことは、ジョージ兄さん、このデカブツ、バトラなのかよ？
She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking.
いよ、ジェシカ！なんだよ、お前！嘘だろ？なに女みたいな格好してんだよ！なんだよ、これ胸かよ！
Alright, buddy.
胸なんかできたのかよ！
Alright, buddy. Let's dial it down a notch for 5.
ふざけやがれ！私は花も恥じらう18だぜ。
At least she's 18.
髪だって伸びりゃ出るとこだって出るぜ。てめえに揉ませる胸なんざあるもんかい。バートラこそなんだよ。バカみてえに図体だけでかくなりやがって。知った腕力ついたのか？
ざけんじゃねえ。あれからどれだけ鍛錬積んだか思い知らせてやんぜ。
Battler's like, I'm so strong, but I feel like anybody could kick his ass. This headstrong girl's name is... She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. Anyway, is pronounced Jessica. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. The older brother happens to be the oldest son of the Ushiramaya family, so for now, it seems Jessica is the direct family heir. Okay, so she's his cousin. Yeah, his cousin via his dad's the older brother. Right, okay. Jessica's voiced by Maria Inoue. Oh, that's Yoko. Neat. Yoko Littner from Gurren Lagann. Since Jessica and I are the same age sometimes, and sometimes had little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in a contest of strength, it's usually when Jessica's way owned. So even though I realized I'd grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica. Kick his ass. Oh, Ryakushi is a horny man? Wow, I hadn't noticed. I just hadn't noticed.
おいおいおい、全然力入れてねえぜ。ジェシカ、お前貧弱になっただろ。
うるせえぜ。
こ
っちとら女やってんだ。いつまでも腕力で男に勝てるわけねえだろ。
まあ、そりゃそうだよな。
That's not true. You just have to kick him right.
俺が腕につけた分の肉をお前は胸につけたんだもんな。俺の腕とお前の胸ならちょうどいい力比べになりそうじゃねえのか。
What does that even mean?
だからお前に揉ませる父はねえ。
I'm gonna fucking kill this guy.
お前こそどうなんだよ。身長以外にも他のとこちゃんと大人になったのか。
バカやめろ。いやん、この野郎お嫁に行けなくなる。変なとこ触んないで。
Okay.
人様が聞いて誤解すること言うんじゃねえ。
It's funny moments, visual novel funny moments. Every VN got the incest implications. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to joke around like an idiot to hide it. Well, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. And I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in these past 6 years. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was. Anime Arrested Development? I think that's exactly what this is.
そんなことないよ。バトラ君にもきっと弱点はあるよ。ね、マリアちゃん。
See, that's the expression. This expression on George right here, this is the one like, oh, you're just hiding that you're a sociopath and murder a bunch of people or something.
落ちる落ちる。
ちょっとバカよせマリア。それは内緒にしような。
Me to my anime rival. Ochiru!
落ちる？なんだそりゃ。
あいにくだが、この弱点はジェシカにはもうさらさないぜ。何しろ、悪夢の空路はもう終わっちまったんだからな。
Why would you reveal to your bully cousin that you were scared of airplanes?
あのオンボロ漁船がこれほど恋しくなるとは思わなかったぜ。
I like that face. That's a funny face. What?
ジョージ兄さん、こいつ頭どうかしたのか。
すぐにわかるよ。
Oh?
すぐにね。
At that time, I didn't get what Aniki meant by that big smile. That's sure not an implication. This is an old lady. Who's it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now.
バトラ君、覚えてるかい？ほら、お手伝いの
Kumasawa.
熊沢のばあちゃんは忘れねえぜ。
She like a maid?
何しろこの6年ちっとも老けちゃいねえぜ。むしろ若返ったんじゃねえの？
最近はお肌がピチピチしてきちゃって。
I'm on that Benjamin Button shit.
ほら、胸もますますに大きくなっちゃいましたんですよ。
Can we cut it out for like a minute? I like boobs as much as the next guy, but come on. At least it's funny when it's like, haha, I'm an old lady. I'm doing the grandma thing. Kumasawa was voiced by Yasuka Hattori.
俺が揉みたいのはピチピチした姉ちゃんの胸限定だぜ。
Peachy Peachy Gals.
私とて若い日にはそれはピチピチしておりましたよ。ほらほら、ぜひどうぞお揉みくださいませ。
ひょー、勘弁してくれよ。若い姉ちゃんだ、若い姉ちゃん。熊沢のばあちゃんじゃねえよ。
Don't be rude. You give that gilf a touch. You coward. The jokes I had cracked about Jessica were being turned against me. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease people. Stop corrupting my son.
監獄に半分足突っ込んだ人がはしゃいじゃいけねえぜ。
若い方とじゃれるのが何よりの若返りの薬ですよ。
熊沢さんが迎えに来るなんて珍しいじゃない。どういう風の吹き回しかしら。
Yeah, that's her verbal tick is extending her
用事を
vowels.
頼まれるといつも腰痛になるあなたが。
あなたが。
エヴァ様は相変わらず手厳しゅうございます。急なお買い物がありましたもので、そのついでに皆様のお迎えをしようと思いまして。もっともお迎え待ちの老いぼれのお迎えではケーキも
You don't seem very decrepit. You seem pretty spry. Aunt Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Ba-chan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, it feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa Ba-chan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. It's incredible that she's still able to act so cheerily. I feel like 80s... I guess for the 80s, 80s is really old. I feel like 80s still like, I can move around. You just seem to get more and more lively. I guess it's just how dependent on how well you take care of yourself. Aunt Rosa took a souvenir bag out from her suitcase. To think that she remembered a promise that she'd apparently made last year and faithfully bought it. Yeah. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Aunt Rosa. Yeah, it's the 80s, and she did cleaning and labor for all her life. So I guess that's it. You know, she's getting up there. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Aunt Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. Kumasawa Ba-chan seemed deeply touched, not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. She's a senior servant who's been working at the Ushiramaya head family household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. I hear she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases. I think that's valid. I think that's a good idea. In Kumasawa Ba-chan's case, this was probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness, though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Oh well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I could never dislike her. I guess it's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile. Everybody seems to like Kumasawa.
薬を飲んでもちっとも良くなりませんで。 こればかりはお医者様ではどうにもなりません。不治の病っちゅうもんですわ。
Rip.
それにしてもジェシカちゃんは
Yeah, exactly. Company time. Boss gets paid $1, I get paid a dime. How's the crying seals? Pretty entertaining so far. I'm entertained by all these weirdos. Oh yeah, I am. You know what? It's Hatsune Marvin. That's a bit of serendipity. I did not intentionally stream this game to start on the 13th, Friday the 13th. It's you call that serendipity. Just how things worked out.
夏日姉さんに似てよかったぜ。
そうですか？
This is a funny face. I still like it.
私的には全然似てないつもりなんですけど。つうか、親には似たくないです。
My parents suck.
尊敬してないんで。
こら、そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。それにしても、親に似たくないって言ってる人が多いわね。うちの一族は。
Yeah, I wonder who she's talking about.
あ、それ俺。
Thank you, Battler, for chiming in.
バカ言え。お前こそ俺に似るんじゃねえ。
Yeah, that's right, son. I suck.
お前の鼻が似ててムカつくんだよ。
I'm like comparing their noses, and I'm like, no, they don't. They don't look the same at all.
何言ってんのよ。呆れるくらいそっくりよ。あなたもお父様もね。
おいおい、そりゃねえだろ。俺のどこが親父に似てるってんだ。
傲慢で偉そうなところとかそっくり
You're a
よ。
lot like him, especially in how much of a dick you are.
あんたと兄さんは特にお父様の血が強いわね。ねえローザ。
ええ、まったく。クラウス兄さんもルドルフ兄さんも。
Kraus. We haven't met Kraus yet.
おいおい、参ったな。なんで俺だけ女どもに集中放火なんだ。秀吉兄さん、助けてくださいよ。
いやいや、ルドルフ君はいっつも女性にモテてるな。羨ましいで。
Everybody has their funny, iconic
相
laughs.
変わらずモテモテでお羨ましいことです。
Whoops.
それでは皆様、お船の方へお乗りくださいませ。
It's a bolt.
さあさあ、マリアさん、一緒にお
Oh,
船
I
に
see.
乗
I
りま
thought
しょ
they
う
had
ね。
gotten off at Rokanjima and Jessica and Kumasawa met them there, but she met them at the boat to take them over. Okay.
一緒にお船に乗る。
Ah, I was a little confused by that line.
みんなも一緒に乗る。
おや、もう今度は怖くないぜ。波で揺れるのは慣れてるしな。あのオンボロ漁船の場合、揺れて怖いってより、
That would be bad,
漂流
yes.
するんじゃねえかって方が怖いぜ。
そうだ、バトラ君、言うのを忘れてた。あの漁船はだいぶ老朽化してたんで、
Oh, they have a new
引
boat.
退したんだよ。今は他の船が島まで運んでくれるんだ。
ああ、そっか。バトラは新しい船が初めてなんだな。
New boat.
快適だぜ。すっげえ速いんだ。何しろとん
速い
でもないスピードが出るんだからさ。
It's a speedboat. They just put him on the fancy new boat. It's got a
ってことは、
wine cooler and everything.
船旅の時間がさらに短縮されたわけか。そりゃ素晴らしい。何しろ飛行機よりマシとはいえ、沈没の危険にさらされる時間が少しでも短くなるってんだから、こりゃ極めて素晴らしいぜ。
バトラはまた落ちる。
そりゃ飛行機の時だけさ。
I'm only scared of some vehicles. This one doesn't
大
count.
丈夫だぜ。
I'm sure he'll never be scared of a boat again.
何しろ船長自慢の改造高速艇らしいぜ。だいぶいじってるらしく。プロペラは高性能のが4機もついてて、最高速度は40ノットを超えるとかなんとか自慢してたな。
Wow. That is pretty
いつも自
fast.
慢されるんで覚えちまったぜ。
僕も毎年聞かされるんで覚えちゃったよ。船長は昔 外国の漁船と速度比べをして負けて以来スピード改造に取りつかれちゃ
I'll
ったんだ
never
ってさ。
forgive that American boat.
その時の相手は漁船なのに30ノット以上も出せたんだってね。
その雪辱の念が結実して
Such a lust for revenge.
超高速改造艇の誕生となったわけさ。バトラもきっと気に入るぜ。
Super high-speed modded boat. My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any moment, but for some reason I got this feeling of foreboding. Probably just overthinking it. I'm sure. I'm sure you are. Yeah, it's shaking.
おいバトラー、島までは泳いで行った方がいいんじゃねえか。
Oh, the manga. Okay, this is the boat that the manga start with.
バトラ君、柵からあんまり身を乗り出しちゃダメだよ。落ちちゃうから。
I forgot to mention this, but I'm sorry, George, but you have the ugliest suit I've ever seen. This dude's like in the lime green fit. Haha. So this is the super high-speed boat that the captain started modding. Oh yes, that piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. She loves it. She loves it. She loves falling off of boats. So he ends up owned by Jessica anyways.
ジェシカちゃんもマリアちゃんもいじめちゃ悪いって。バトラ君も怖いなら甲板に出なきゃいいのに。船内ならもう少し怖くないと思うけどな。
そいつはサンキューだぜ兄貴。海難事故の犠牲者はいつも船内なんだ。生存者を抱いて事故時は甲板なんだぜ。
Sure.
だから俺はここにいる。
That makes sense. That's how it works.
落ちる。
落ちる。Daisuke Onna is really earning that paycheck.
マリア、よしなさいったら。でもバトラ君、本当に苦手なのね。船長さんに速度を落とすように言ってきてあげるわ。ロザマさんありがとう。海の上でも安全運転、徐行運転指差し確認。
Obey the ocean speed limit.
ダメよローザ。青年には試練も必要なんだから。ねえバトラ君。
It is important for young men to be traumatized. That's how you mature into an adult. She's really stuck on this Egypt idea. Everyone is so mean to me. Thank you, Daisuke Onna. Thank you for that.
いや、ひっくり返して考えるんだ。敵の狙いは何だ。俺をこうして怖がらせることか。そいつが狙いなら甘いぜ。ビビってなんかやるもんか。でもダメ。落ちる。
落ちる。 Congratulations, Battler. You survived your first trial. So, after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Aunt Rosa had a talk with the boat captain, and he slowed down to make a more manageable speed for me. Now, I understand now why people were so insistent on the voice acting. Apparently, the max speed I can tolerate is extremely slow. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. I felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me. You know, I don't see guffawing. I don't see guffaw being used as an adverb very often. That's interesting. I know it can be, but as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartening. It's one of those things that's like, this is technically correct, but it's a little awkward. In my opinion, anyways. I like how all the Ushiramaya young people, by the way, have the little thing. Like, Battler and Jessica both have it. I don't think that'll happen either. Owned. This 9-year-old child is beating your ass in the quote retweets. Mario was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
Batora-kun, 船長が罪滅ぼしにってドリンクをサービスしてくれたよ。飲んで一服しないかい？落ち着くよ。
Hell plus ratio plus no bitches plus George Aniki and Kumasawa Ba-chan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with beads of water. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed, I can't bear to face any of them. I didn't change the subject somehow. I had the feeling it'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about. Something stupid, probably. This girl really hates her parents. I'm sure it'll be justified. I don't know, Rudolph definitely does seem like the kind of guy who's like, yeah, studying's for bitches. And then he gets kicked in the face. Oh, he's not living with his parents? I guess that makes sense, because he said he's not been going on these trips for 6 years. Where does he live? Oh. Confused noises. Only Mario, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer. Interesting. A little bit of a little secret. A mystery. This is a mystery game, I'm told. Apparently Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah, well. I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. I may be a member of the Ushuramaya family, but the truth is that for these last 6 years, I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kyrie-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. Yeah, I bet she rides him. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom... Well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that. Oh, does he, like... What happened to his mom? I thought she died. George Aniki cleared his throat, trying to change the subject.
失礼しました。年寄りが余計なことを言ってしまったようで。お気に障りましたら。
Yeah, I guess he's just like, you betrayed my mom by marrying another lady after she died. Yeah, that's what he said. Kyrie is his stepmother. And he's like, mad about that, I guess. Kurosawa seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over for something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. After that, I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. This girl is shouting directly in my ear.
どれどれおお見えてきたな6年ぶりでも記憶と寸分変わらない島影だぜ
The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. The island's name is Rokanjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Is it Arch or Archie? I always forget that. Nobody says that word out loud, so I don't know. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there's only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more, and Rokanjima is one of the minor islands that didn't get counted. It's too tiny. It is Arc, okay. Sometimes it's pronounced Arch, and sometimes it's pronounced Arc. Like archaeologist. Oh, okay. Even if that were the case, I doubt you'd find many people who know about this island. Only people connected to the Ushuramaya family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. So you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. After all of Rokanjima is an estate possessed by the Ushuramaya head family. Only the Ushuramaya family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushuramaya family come and go to and from there. Come in and go to and from. That's really awkward. You could have just said come and go. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is just still uncultivated forest. Such a waste when it could be made into a nice golf course or something. Alright, rich boy, calm down. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. You probably guessed by now, but to put it simply, well, the Ushuramaya family is just rolling in dough. The head family apparently possesses a vast fortune, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these six years, so I'd completely forgotten. The old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish tastes of the annoyingly rich. Battler, you just talked about turning somewhere into a golf course. You're the annoyingly rich. Come to think of it, I guess that makes George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. Yeah, rich people don't do that. They love not being self-aware. I don't see myself as being rich, and George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich, and Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. Does that attitude really make us any less snobbish? From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. I will stop narrating now. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family, and I don't think it's really something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich. Battler, like, complaining on Twitter about people being mean to him for being rich. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaned over the railing. Yeah, the economic boom in 80s Japan means they're super wealthy. They're like hugely wealthy. I don't know how the downturn might affect this family. It seems like generational wealth too, or at least from the grandfather. I'm assuming the contract he signed with the witch Beatrice is the source of his wealth, because he's like, it'll be all gone when I die.
どうしたんだよ、マリア。何か落としちゃったのか?
Oh no, she's so upset.
どうしたの?
What's gone?
何がないんだい? 僕も探してあげるよ。何?
If she dropped something, she would probably have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume that by the gesture she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year.
あれ? 確かさ、この辺の小さい岩の上に鳥居みたいなのがなかったっけ? そうだ、確かにあったぜ。
Oh, that's one of those gates. Okay. That's what they're called. The Shinto gates. Sorry, I had to Google that.
へえ、バトラすごいじゃねえか。6年ぶりなのによく覚えてるもんだぜ。
It's gone though.
僕も思い出したよ。鎮守の社と鳥居。
Tutelary God's Shrine.
去年は確かにあったと思う。
ない。
大方、波か何かでさらわれちまったんだろう。小さい岩だったしな。だいぶ風化で脆くなってたんだろうさ。
私もそうだと思ってるんだけどよ。
What a mystery.
亡くなっちゃったのはこの夏のことなんだよ。なんでもよ。
ある晩に大きな稲妻が落ちて、
Ooh,
お社を
spooky.
砕いてしまったんだと。鎮守様に落雷があるなど、これは不吉の兆しに違いない。
But as we all know, fisherman legends are never based in any reality in fiction. Just ignore it. Kuwabara. I've heard that expression before. It's like a prayer, kind of, I think. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. Yeah, Kuwabara. Yeah, Volgan says it. Yeah, that's right. However, Maria apparently took this seriously and stared fixedly over the ocean to where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be. The crag. You're like 9 years old. You shouldn't even know what half of those words mean. Ooh.
よせよ、熊沢さん。マリアはそういう冗談の通じない年頃なんだからさ。
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。偶然だよ。何も怖いことなんか起きないよ。
Georgianiki put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver. Spooky. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy. Child, you're possessed.
おいおいマリア、そんなに何度も繰り返してたら本当に不吉がやってきちまうぜ。
I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly. That's a good face. She looks really angry.
来るってどこからさ。
I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. Ooh. She apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in this cloudy sky. She's been muttering that non-stop for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about that age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。天気は今夜くらいには崩れるかもしれないけど、明日には良くなって。I'm
sure nothing terrible will happen. Not at all. I'm sure there won't be a days-long storm that keeps us all trapped here. That would be silly.
明日になれば綺麗な青空になるよ。
That would never happen.
止まない雨はないし、晴れない
I
雲
mean,
だ。
weather reports have never been wrong when it's dramatically convenient.
やまない雨、晴れない雲。
Ooh.
確かに台風が近づいてるけどよ、すぐに過ぎちまうって。大丈夫さ、マリア。
What is this face? Oh my god, she's really upset. Maria started yelling, ugh! It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of some misfortune. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. Magic's not real, though. That would be silly. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth. Why are you saying more stuff that will scare this 9-year-old girl?
Kumasawa-san, その話はなしにしようぜ。
Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. I wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity, but judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa-chan was likely to say would probably make Maria even more uneasy. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it would be anything bright and cheery.
それは申し訳ございませんね。
It was just a funny little joke.
ここの風は年寄りには応えますんで、ちょっと失礼させていただきます。
Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. Stop talking. Go away. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene, so he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. So in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened the mood. He's so look at him though, look at that face. He's so excited. He's so excited to visit his family. Get his ass. Drag Battler's ass.
うわ、秀吉おじさんも勘弁してくださいよ。
もっと言ってやってください。たく、バトラのせいで時間かかりすぎだぜ。
She's mad nobody's listening to her. Maria, see, I was right. Maria probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly.
Maria-chan, 何も怖くないよ。だって、僕たちが一緒だもの。
We're all besties here.
一緒だと何も怖くないんだよ。言ってごらん。
一緒だと何も怖くない。
うん。一緒だと何も怖くない。
そうさ、ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。俺たちが一緒にいると、いつだってなんだって絶対に怖くねえんだ。な、ジェシカ。
She is so oomfy.
間違いないぜ。ジョージ兄さんの言うことはいつも本当だよ、マリア。
ジョージお兄ちゃんはいつも本当。
Everything I say is right.
うん。僕は嘘をつかないよ。
I would never tell a lie. Look at this trustworthy face.
だから信じて。
There's definitely nothing secretly fucked up about this guy.
みんなと一緒にいれば
He's so normal.
何も怖くないんだよ。
ジョージお兄ちゃんは嘘をつかない。信じる。みんなと一緒にいれば怖くない。怖くない。
Maria jumped into George Aniki's arms and hugged him tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change, turning back to normal. She was once again the ordinary Maria.
みんなと一緒だからもう怖くない。
I'm sure this edict will not be tested in any way. None of these people would ever turn against each other. They all love each other. They're just a normal family. Nothing terrible will happen anytime soon. Yeah, it's a story about family. That's what makes it special.
なんや、どうしたんや。マリアちゃん、船酔いだったんか。
まあ、そんなとこです。もうじき着きますね。
The harbor was already drawing near. Oh. Oh, what? Is this the eye catch? Are we on a commercial break? Okurishimasu. The boat gave a big shudder. Oh, I got an achievement. Welcome to Rokanjima. Seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped out to the pier with the mooring pipe. Mooring rope. I don't know what a mooring pipe would be. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm smile. I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guess he was a servant of the Ushiramaya head household. This guy, look at this guy. That's a face you can trust. It's very chubby. He's got a chubby face. Higurashi's episodes are divided into chapters, so it's probably to emulate that. Oh, okay.
Udoの大木が怖がっちゃってよ。それで徐行運転だったってわけ。 マジでうぜえぜ。
うるせえ。いつか逆の立場になったら覚えてろ。
I'll win someday. Someday you'll be the one getting owned. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. But now I've given them an even juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Ushiramaya head family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat.
皆様、長旅お疲れ様でした。
Ugh.
奥様、お手をどうぞ。
ありがとう。
Arigato.
お久しぶりね。
ゴーダ。
元気？
ありがとうございます。おかげさまで毎日元気にお
This
勤め
guy,
をさ
he
せてい
seems
ただいており
nice.
ます。
バトラ君はゴーダさんとは初対面じゃない？確か6年前はお勤めじゃなかったですよね。
Ah, he's new.
はい。ですので、バトラ様とは初めてご挨拶させていただきます。
He's a new butler man.
俺もタッパには多少の自信があったんだが。
It's so hard to tell.
いい人だな。
Because there's no sense of scaling between these people.
紛れもなく初対面だぜ。こんな大男あったら絶対忘れないさ。どうも、はじめまして。
He's a big guy. For you.
お待ち申し上げてお
Hitoshi
りました。
Bifu is good as voice.
一昨年から後ろ宮本家にお仕えさせていた
I'm
だ
sure,
いております。
like,
使用人のゴーダと申します。
listing the kanji after everybody's name has to be significant for something later, I'm sure. Like, if there wasn't some specific bit with the kanji, it wouldn't need to list them.
どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。何かご用命がございましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
ゴーダさん、お久しぶりです。
ジョージ様、ご無沙汰をいたしております。お手をどうぞ。
Dudes out here being named George. It's so funny.
大した接客のプロや。もし職に困ったらいつでもわしに声をかけるんやで。いつでも雇ったろ。
これは身に余る光栄です。どうぞお手を、秀吉様。
Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. He went to Butler College. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back.
なんだかさっきから違和感があると思ったら、あれだな。
Yeah, they're saying Goda's huge and like beefy, but like the way his face is drawn gave me like, oh, he's chubby. Like his face looks chubby.
海猫の声を聞いてないぜ。
His pachinko art is really wide. Okay, I'll check it out next time he's on screen.
海猫？
The Umineko. They said it. They said the title of the game. Everybody clap.
鳥のか？
Are the birds crying? If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively nya-nya cries. Yeah, they're sea cats. It's literally what Umineko means, sea cat. Because of their cries, I guess. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushiramaya head family live. Rokanjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely. Yeah, there's no seagulls. They're not crying. When will they cry?
ああ、ローザおばさん。いやー、別に。海猫の声が聞こえないんで、なんか寂しいなーって。
He said it.
あら、そういえばそうね。
When will they cry?
いつも賑やかなのに、今日はさっぱりいないわね。
The seagulls aren't crying, minions. I won't be satisfied until I hear when the seagulls cry.
どうして海猫いない？
海猫たちも今日はよそで集まりがあるからかな。マリアも海猫見たかったの
？Okay, well, I can't stop reading until they do, because that could be like 500 hours from now. I gotta take breaks.
なんだってこうもまるっきりいねえんだ。
Why does she do the DreamWorks face sometimes? She's like doing a grumpy DreamWorks face with the eyebrows.
ジェシカがみんな焼き鳥にして食っちまったんかな。
物騒なこと言うんじゃねえ。マリアが勘違いするだろ。
I would never grill seagulls. Honestly, that doesn't sound very appetizing. I don't think seagulls are very actually tasty. They don't have much meat on them.
してない。そんなの私がするわけねえだろ。
そうだそうだ。
そうだ。
ジェシカが焼き鳥にしたんだ。皮につくねにレバーにネギマン。
泡にくつねり。
That's what he said. He said that. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Ooh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Alrighty then, from today on, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we'd made with each other. This connection of mocking one of our family members and making up lies about her.
野鳥って天気や気圧の変化に敏感なんだそうだよ。今夜あたり天気が崩れそうだしね。巣へ早めに引き上げてるのかもしれないね。
焼き鳥じゃない？ジェシカお姉ちゃんが
They will be grilled soon.
違う。私はそんなことしないって。ほら、バトラも嘘だったって認めろよ。
I would never admit that I lied.
バトラ君、マリアちゃんは素直な子だから、そういう冗談でも真に受けちゃうんだよ。冗談も少し選んだ方がいいよ。
George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, Aniki was Aniki, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize. He's subservient to George.
マリア、今のは冗談だ。海猫たちは今日はすでおとなしくしてるってさ。
バトラは嘘？ジョージお兄ちゃんは本当？
Now she's like, okay, Battler always lies, and George always tells the truth. Had she actually been tricked despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all.
ああ、そうだそうだ。ジョージ兄貴が言ったのが本当だ。天気が悪いんで今日は引き上げたんだろうよ。いなくなったわけじゃないんだぜ。
That's right.
ね、おばさん。
そうよ。
Maybe we'll hear the seagulls cry eventually.
明日以降
I need to know when they cry.
きっと戻ってきてニャーニャーと声を聞かせてくれるわ。
天気良くなって戻ってくるの待つ。
No, that's a DreamWorks face.
天気良くなるまで待つ。
Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George Aniki really was amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki, that's probably your gift.
ジョージ君は小さい子の面倒を見るのがうまいわね。保育士さんでも務められるんじゃない？
ジョージ兄さんの転職っぽいぜ。私的には社長室でビジネスってよりそっちの方が兄さんのイメージだぜ。
まさか。
But I don't want to be in childcare. I want to be the Wolf of Wall Street.
保育士さんは立派なお仕事だよ。単なる子供好き程度に務まる仕事じゃないね。
本当にジョージ君は謙虚ね。でもバトラ君も子供のあやし方が上手よ。
Yeah, he's good at teaching them lies. Oops.
マリアとっても楽しそうだった。これからも今みたいに遊んであげてね。冗談は選んで。だけど
Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun again.
Oi, Rosa!
Come on, wife.
それにガキどもも何やってんだ。行くぞ。
Tired of waiting.
今行きます。
The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we needed to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms.
それでは皆様、お泊まりのゲストハウスの方へ。
I love how Goda's just been like standing here the whole time.
どうぞこ
This
ちらへ。
this butler's awkwardly just like, are we gonna go? Goda-san called to everyone and led the way. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. A serpentine, twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I'd guessed the path was made all twisty so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. It takes guts to make stairs. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. Ah, from here on I do have some memories. Go up these, and at the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Oh, it's Resident Evil. Oh, this is spooky music starting now. The song's... Have I heard this one? It sounds familiar. I've heard some Umineko songs, because sometimes people just like link them places. Oh, okay. This song is taking a different direction than I thought. I thought it was like spooky harpsichord at first, but this is actually piano.ogg. Every VN has it. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it. The story I heard about Umineko's soundtrack was like, I think it was Ryukishi tried composing some stuff for himself, and the guy who would end up becoming the actual composer was like, this sucks, and Ryukishi's like, well, let's see if you can do better, and he did. After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one. While these flowers are ugly,
そのせいもあるかと思います。去年の先に比べると、今年は少々見劣るのが残念です。
I respect his honesty. Yeah, Koda's like, yeah, these flowers do suck. The game has several composers? Uh-huh. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokanjima. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memory as of 6 years ago. Power up!
自宅にこれだけのバラ園があったらさぞや素敵でしょうに。
よせよ、誰がバラは虫とか病気とか大変なんだぜ。
I don't like flowers.
そうね。キリエ姉さんは毎日バラの手入れをしてて虫がつかないようにしてるそうよ。
え？そうなのかよ。
そうなんです。
He doesn't know anything about it.
この人の場合はバラの
Yeah, these photos are all from some real place. It must be very pretty.
たちの悪い食虫植物ってところね。
Hey, wait, I can hear the seagulls in the song. You're cheating. That's not really when they cry. The seagulls were missing before.
ああ、そういう話かよ。たく。ローザ、今日はそういう話は勘弁してくれよ。もうそういうのはすっかり足を洗ったんだぜ。
Oh, I see. It was a metaphor.
どうかしら。ルドルフ兄さんは遺伝子的レベルでだらしないですし。
大丈夫よローザさん。あんまり追いたするバラなら根元からちょんって切っちゃうから。
Holy shit. She's like, I'm gonna rip this guy's dick off. It's like Final Fantasy VII. We'll rip it off.
わしも来世じゃもうちょい美形に生まれたいもんやで。
だから秀吉兄さん、モテてなんかないって。
I don't know. I wouldn't call Rudolph here very pretty.
俺のバラがしおれちまったじゃねえか。
See, you get it. The rose is my penis.
こっちのバラは特に立派だよ。
バラが立派。
かぐわしい匂いだぜ。俺のエレガントさにぴったりだな。
He's handsome in a Yakuza sub-boss kind of way. You know what? That is 100% accurate.
おいよせよ。マリアが真似してトゲで怪我するだろ。
He does look like a Yakuza character. I think it's the hair and the sideburns. She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George Aniki smiling broadly at us.
ほら、マリアちゃん、気をつけて。バラのトゲは痛いよ。
Yeah, this is one of the guys, like, Kiryu smashes over the head with a urinal or something, is Battler's dad.
このバラだけ変。
What's up with this one rose?
どうしたんだよ。
Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. It must have made her feel lonely.
このバラだけ元気がなくて。
I'm sure this isn't symbolic of anything.
他はみんな元気なのに、これだけかわいそう。
It's one sad flower.
まあ、咲いたり枯れたりはそれぞれだからな。一足先にしおれる代わりに。
This doesn't seem symbolic at all.
早く開花できたんだと思うぜ。
そうだよな。いっぱい咲いて、その役目を終えて。
Not symbolic in the slightest. Not at all.
そんなに気に病むことはねえさ。
It seemed that Maria's pure sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. As an empath, I throw up when I see flowers that wilt among flowers that are not wilting. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
じゃあマリアちゃん、帰るまでの間、このバラをお世話してあげるといいよ。
George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
なんだか可愛くなったね。
これがこのバラの目印だよ。後でお水とかをあげに来てごらん。
Feed this rose. It'll be a metaphor for something.
お水とかあげに来る。
せっかくだからこのバラさんに。
I think Mr. Rose is a fine name.
そうするとバラさんも喜ぶと思うし、マリアちゃんと心もきっと通い合うと思うよ。
名前。
Oh no, she's overheating again. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
ジョージ兄さんって昔から包容力があるよな。尊敬するぜ。
だな。人徳ってやつだろ。
He's just born that way.
後で爪の赤をもらってきてやるから一緒に飲もうぜ。
この庭園はお前が子供の頃にもこんなに立派だったんか。
Oh, that's right. He married into the family, so he doesn't know.
私が出てってからよ、こんなに立派になったのは。前の庭園の方が素朴で愛着があったんだけどね。兄さんがちょっと悪趣味にいじりすぎたのよ。前の方がずっと良かったんだから。
Your taste is terrible.
ポジティブシンキングやで。昔は置いといて、今のこの美しさをめでなあかん。その方が心が安らかになるで。
別にそんな意味じゃん。ただ私は昔の方が素敵だった庭園をあなたにも見てほしかったなってだけよ。
だけよ。
よろしいでしょうか。
Can we stop like stopping every 5 seconds?
そろそろお部屋の方に
These bags are so heavy. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready. But our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Since we were in a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. It's true, Goda is very large. Or so I'm told. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely, until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms. Oh, that's right, I said I was going to see what the pachinko art for Goda looked like. Okay, next time. Next time he's on screen.
Oi!
Oi!
Kanon君やないか。
Oh, another new character?
久しぶりやな。元気か?
Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. Okay. In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. Oh, I thought it was a girl. It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to... Ryukishi's art makes many things ambiguous. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. He's very scrunkly. This does look like another scrunkly we have collected. He'll make a fine addition to my scrunkly collection. We've got Maria and now him. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled-up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he sat down in the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head. Oh, he seems to be bothered by it. I figured he was probably younger than me. And I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed that our interests had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Okay, let's take a look at what Goda looks like in the pachinko art. He is very wide. He is pretty wide. And now that I get a fuller look at it, I do like Kanon's outfit. I think this is a neat outfit. It reminds me of CL's like church outfit. They're much more zoomed in now.
後ろ宮本家にお仕えしております使用人の一人です。カノンさん、お客様にご挨拶を。
Kanon, be nice.
はじめまして。使用人のカノンです。
The tips menu also gives full body portraits of everybody? Oh. Oh, so it does. Oh no, look at his... I didn't realize they were little shorts. Look at his little shoes. I like Jessica's long sleeves. I like her sleeves. Look at Eva's full out? Okay. Oh, wait, that's Kyrie. There we go. Those are some great hands. And bell bottoms. She's a fashion queen for sure. Yeah, I don't know how to describe these pants. They're like bell bottoms, but they got cuffs. I have no idea what's going on with those. I do like Kyrie's outfit a lot. Kyrie is actually very stylish. Normal. Okay, these are weird pants bottoms Battler have. Scrunkly. That's a good dress. Yeah, everybody else is pretty normal. Thus ends the Umineko fit check for now. Battler's in a Final Fantasy 14 outfit. A little bit. Those pant bottoms are a little bit 14. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not so good at talking. He compared to Goda-san, who is extraordinarily polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards. Kanon's voiced by Yu Kobayashi. She voices Luca in Steins Gate, Satoshi and Higurashi, Maria and Maria Holic. Neat! I actually haven't... I want to read Steins Gate eventually, too.
Kanon-san, もう少し何か挨拶することはできませんか?
No, I refuse.
僕たちは家具ですから。
He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting. I don't know, it seemed a little spiteful.
カノン君は寡黙でさ、余計なおしゃべりはしない性分なんだよ。
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for your addition to this chat room. It's bottoms on Twitter be like, I am furniture. I'm glad you could join. I'm glad you could join and add so much to my stream experience. Kobayashi is Testament's Japanese VA? Oh, that's cool. Good for them. I thought it did sound familiar. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the voice for Kanon does sound a lot like a Testament now that I'm thinking about it. Just voicing all the they-thems, I suppose. Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot. Listen, he's literally neurodivergent and a minor. Okay then, nice to meet you. Didn't the VN for Steins Gate come first? Was it an anime first or a visual novel? It had to be a visual novel first. He fell silent as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. He doesn't know how to answer how old he is. Oh, I see what you mean now. Collapse visual. It was just a little confusing to read that without context. To say the VN elevates it further. It looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. It was probably because he thought we looked down on him for it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. I see, 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have. So delicate. He's so sensitive. Just be cool, man. This is like how Hibiki refuses to call he refuses to refer to Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, she's helping Kanon put that spaghetti back in his pocket. I was gonna say, it's like how Hisui refuses to call Shiki anything other than Shiki-sama. She seemed to think my impression of Kanon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at this age. As his elder, even just by 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that. Battler always thinks he's like, yeah, I'm so cool, I understand people so well. I don't know how to smile. My face muscles don't work. He's just at his emo phase. Don't worry about it. It looked like he was often warned about being unsociable, and apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape. He's just doing that thing where he's like, he's got like his teeth, but he's like gritting his teeth. He's like, ah. It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance. I'm just imagining Kanon, like, falling on the ground with his wheelbarrow, looking like that one Pepe. like, on the verge of tears. Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. Kanon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects, as if to say that he understood quite well without being told. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer. No, don't help don't assist the help. With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessa had picked up. Behind him, Kanon-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer. My dirty garments. Are you sure? Have you seen? Hang on. Are you sure this isn't expensive? With how ridiculous it looks? This is you can just buy these anywhere. You just go to Target and pick these up. Alright, that's pretty nice, I guess. That's pretty based of you. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake. Kanon-kun looked at me, surprised. It was the face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest. I did hear about that, Pyropoyo, that a lot of the outfits in this game were picked out from fashion magazines, but that just makes it even more ridiculous that Battler would say, "Oh, they're cheap." But I guess he's rich, so they're cheap from his perspective. What did he mean by this? Since Kanon-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was struck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him. Battler just likes to show off, I think.
この程度のことじゃさっきの大騒ぎが帳消しになるもんかよ。カノン君にも後で教えてやるよ。バトラったら面白いんだぜ。
落ちる。
As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow.
お見苦しいところをお見せして申し訳ございませんでした。
ささもう結構ですよ。言ってください。
You're an embarrassment, leave. Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Kanon-kun left. Be nice to this obviously emotionally repressed child, Goda. This emotionally repressed teenager, I should say. He's not a child. Nah, they said he was 16. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
カノン君もええところはぎょうさんあるんやで。ただ若いんかの。いろいろと損をしとる。もったいないわ。
気難しい年頃さ。そっとしといてやれよ。
Everybody seems to like him. It's only Goda who's mean to him. Everybody's like, yeah, we get it. He's a little guy. It's his birthday. We'll be nice to him.
熊沢さん。
ルドルフ様は手厳しゅうございますこと。私ほど使用人で寡黙なものはおりませんとも。
Everybody smiled wryly at that obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Ba-chan used to be. The once stiff atmosphere had cleared up at once thanks to her cheerful smile. She's so nice. Yeah, we've all been talking for hours in random places. We move like 5 feet and then we start talking again. We headed towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for the night. Kanon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then, he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. Oh, it's interesting that usually the narration is from Battler's first-person perspective, but we've swapped over to a third-person perspective for Kanon. Interesting. The sacks Kanon couldn't lift himself as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kanon, but as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad for being a little scrungus. Kanon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Am I winning? I don't know. It's hard to win in a visual novel. We're advancing. We're forging ahead. We're about 3 hours in and just got inside the mansion that this entire game is supposed to take place in. Guest house. It's interesting that they said that in English. I guess it's because it's an English-style house. It's a Western-style house. Torion, Visitor's Retreat, was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design, carefully done in harmony with the garden.
正解だよ。立ったのはつい一昨年さ。それ以降は僕たちはこっちに泊めさせてもらってるんだよ。
年季の入ったボロ屋敷よりこっちの方が好評みたいだしな。私も自分の部屋をこっちに持ちたいぜ。
So Jessica lives on the island. She lives in Rokanjima. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they'd build this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came over only a few times a year.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、こちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。ルドルフ様、キリエ様はこちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。
やっぱりここは綺麗で上品でいいわね。
It's a nice house. Nice guest house.
本当に素敵だわ。
ほんの2、3日なら洋風もええやろが、ずっといて落ち着くのは断固和風やで。
Traditional.
日本人は畳の上が一番くつろげるんや。
You know, I've never slept on a tatami mat. I don't know how comfortable that actually is, not having an actual bed.
お父さんが和風で着工させたのを母さんまだ根に持ってよく言い合いをするんだよ。
It's like that old saying, to be happy, marry a Japanese woman, live in a Western house, and eat Chinese food. I guess so. Chinese food is pretty good.
両親仲が良くて羨ましいぜ。うちなんか冷め切ったもんさ。
I kind of want Chinese food.
そのくせ、私の成績の話だけは連帯しやがる。
Perhaps I shall summon some to my castle later. All the rooms seemed to be for 2 people. I was grateful, since I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard under the pretext that we were family. And anyway, I figured those 2 wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Battler's laugh is so stupid.
どうせ下世話なこと考えてるんでしょう。
Yeah, that one.
下世話なんてとんでもない。どうぞごゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
Owned. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind.
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえ。俺は胃がキリキリ痛み始めてて、とてもそんな元気はわかねえぜ。今回はお前が主賓だろうが、せいぜい親父や兄貴たちに可愛がられろよ。親父の前では言葉遣いにだけ気をつけろ。
He sounded much more serious about that.
あの人、本当にシャレが通じねえからね。
Yeah, just judging from the that little intro where he's guzzling absinthe, I think it was. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who has a sense of humor. Then again, Battler's sense of humor is terrible, so.
去年から相変わらずかな。余命3ヶ月、余命3ヶ月って割には相変わらずカリカリイライラしてるって話です。
今年も相変わらず不機嫌ってわけね。
Battler has a terrible sense of humor. This guy has a terrible attitude. They'll go well together.
思いができるのはやっぱり源氏さんだけなの?
If we even see him. I'm like half convinced this guy will keel over before we even get to see him. Where Battler gets to see him. We saw him in the intro. Yeah, like nobody's... He's like, no, he's just been in his own room. Nobody's been allowed to see him. Like, come on, this is so obvious. I mean, it could be a red herring, I suppose.
何をやろうとてめえの趣味だから構わねえけど、匂いが立ち込める系は勘弁してほしいもんだぜ。ついでにそのまま書斎から永久に出てくんなってんだ。
年長の人にそんな言い方をするもんじゃないよ。
I actually think you should talk like that about the elderly.
後ろ宮家を復興させてくれた大恩人なんだから。
Rebuilt it all.
もっと感謝しないと。
Interesting.
まあ。
I still love that face. That face is really cute.
ごめん。
After being rebuked by George Anaki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiramaya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange, and completely out of touch with the world at large. You know what? That's very accurate. I appreciate Umineko's very realistic depictions of rich people so far. And at the top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. Yeah, see, I said this like a little while ago, where, like, this is just Knives Out, with the whole arguing over the will and everything. Can't believe Knives Out ripped off Umineko. That movie's great. I really love that movie. I recommend everybody watch it. I'm glad they're working on a sequel, because, like, that's the kind of thing that could really work as a series, with the Detective Foghorn Leghorn just solving another mystery in every movie. No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren, who could just play around and laugh without a care. That's true, the young do implicitly hate... the old do implicitly hate the young. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. Oh, okay. Alright. If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with his kids' names? Because of that, even us grandkids have had to suffer. I love how Battler's like, oh yeah, he beat my dad with a stick anyways. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me.
6年前は俺も小学生だったが、さすがに今は高校生だ。
You'd beat Rudolph too? I don't know. Rudolph's just funny to me so far. I'm sure there's some underlying scumbaggery we'll find out about later, because, I mean, look at the guy. He's a Yakuza mid-boss. Like, he's literally just some, like, like, he's not, he wouldn't have a name, but he would be a boss you fight in Yakuza. Like, just look at that hair and that face he has. But, I mean, it's funny that he just shits on Battler all the time. Battler not known for acting up. I don't know. We just got done talking about how he likes to beat people with sticks. He looks like Joe Sawashiro in 7. I haven't actually played Yakuza 7. I really want to. It's just been a matter of finding the time. I wanted to play Yakuza 7 this year. I've had it in my Steam library for so long. But there's always like something that's gotten in the way of playing it. I think I want to play Kiwami 2 first. Because I played Kiwami 1 last year. So I think I want to play Kiwami 2. And then I would be fine with jumping to 7. Like, I don't feel the need to play the whole series in order, but I just feel like I should play Kiwami 2 first, at least. Oh no. He still does it. My maidenly innocent ass. That's a good turn of phrase. George, I really feel like this isn't behavior you should be justifying. I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins in branch families, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do. the pachinko sprite has George adjusting his glasses there. Mm.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが重い？
The evidence towards George not actually being normal is piling up. Yeah, there's many different representations for Umineko characters. Like, I also get the look that George is a little chubby from this original art, but like the other art for him is so different. I don't know if it was intentional or if it's just the way Miyakushi drew his like suit jacket that makes him look that way, though.
サンキューな。
Thank you, な。
マリアちゃんには押し付けねえよ。この十字架は私が墓まで背負ってくよ。
That's morbid.
安心しなって。
Oh, for some reason the notification didn't go off, but I see it here in my activity. Chesto donated $50. I didn't get to donate while the stream goal was still up, so consider this a late contribution to the cause. Well, thank you, Chesto. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. I'm again sorry that the thing didn't go off. I don't know why. I think it's because I've been experimenting with stream elements a little bit lately, and that might be interfering with my other... Because I haven't completely, like, migrated over everything because I haven't had time to figure out everything with stream elements. So some of my Streamlabs widgets are still there, and they might be interfering with each other. I'll have to fix that later, but regardless, thank you so much for your contribution to my royal coffers. Hello, Drilltail. Yes, we're reading Umineko. It's a bit of a misnomer to say we're playing it, I suppose, but... She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. There is actually an Umineko fighting game, Innocent Bystander. I want to check that out eventually, but according to people I asked about it, it's like all spoilers, so... I would say I'm actively puzzling out the mystery, but we really haven't been introduced to the mystery yet. We're still in the very beginning. The roster itself of the fighting game is spoilers. Yeah, that's what I mean. Aww. Wow! Daisuke Ono's really earning his paycheck in this one. It does, yeah, it does have rollback? The fighting game? I didn't know that. Definitely putting it on the list for eventually then. That's really cool. I heard that I saw actually somebody showed me that the creator of Izlaf, that the very small indie fighting game, I think it's only made by like 1 or 2 people, they're also trying to put rollback in that game, and that's really cool because I know a few people who really like that game and it looks really unique. I'll definitely check that out when the rollback implementation gets in there. A lot of great games recently getting rollback. Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. I do know that with Izlaf getting rollback, there will be exposure of a certain character that will either activate or grow in size some people's brain problems. It's the one girl that, like, she has a mechanic like Sin where she eats stuff and gets a buff, but also she gets physically, let's say, thicker when she does. And that's gonna affect some people, I think.
おいガキども、お前らはどうする？ここでいとこ同士おしゃべりでもしてるか？
I know, yeah, Jean Joando on Twitter posts about Eslov sometimes. And yeah, he posted that character before, and I'm like, this character looks really fun, but also it's going to cause some problems for some people. It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together, but if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what do we do?
どうせもうすぐお昼や。子供はそこでくつろいでたらええ。それに表で遊べるのは下手をすると今のうちだけかもしれんしの。
What did he mean by this?
マリアはここでお留守番してなさい。いたずらをしないでおとなしく待ってるのよ。
Oh, that's right. Ruliverses did make a video with Jean Zhuangzhou about Eslav, so everybody should check that out if they think it's interesting. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George Aniki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us cousins.
じゃあ僕たちはお言葉に甘えて留守番してようか。1年ぶりに積もる話もあるしね。
それがいいわ。
I'm sure nothing horrible will happen while they're away and we can't see any of them.
バトラ君なんか6年分
I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's why I'm like, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Because, like, obviously it's gonna happen at some point.
へいへい。お子ちゃまな俺はおとなしくお留守番してるぜ。
熊沢さん、私もこっちに残るからよ。あとは大人に任せて若者は退散してるぜ。
それがおよろしいでしょう。奥様にはそのようにお伝えいたします。
それでは皆様、お屋敷の方へご案内させていただきます。どうぞこちらへ。
Is this just who says anything about will happen? This is 120 hours of family drama? Well, I'm sure there'll still be a lot of family drama.
ジョージは成人してるんだから連れて行った方がいいんじゃない？
そんなんでジョージだけ仲間外れはかわいそうやで。いとこ同士の交流も大事や。
Poor George. He's like, this is so funny because it just makes me think, yeah, you're an adult, you're 23, but you're still like half of the age of everyone else here, so you still have to sit at the kids' table.
ほら、行ってくるで。
The adults left one after the other. They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to us cousins, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back.
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
ああ、なんでもないよ。
Don't worry about
ちょっ
it.
と聞きたいことがあっただけさ。
This definitely isn't some sort of foreshadowing.
マリアにも聞いた。マリアにも聞いた。
何かな。ジョージ兄
It's
さ
a
んが
mystery.
私に聞かなくて
It's a big
熊沢さんに
mystery.
は聞くことってなあ、全然見当がつかねえぜ。
いや、誤解だよ。ジェシカちゃんが何を誤解してるのか知らないけど。
Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, and Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me.
なあ、マリア。俺たちだけのけ者なんてねえよ。
I wanna know.
何の話か聞きてえよな。
バトラとマリアも聞きたい。
I love the funniest thing about Maria is that like I know she's supposed to have a pretty like static facial expression, like they've talked about this, but sometimes she makes a face like this that still doesn't match up with what she's saying,
バトラとマリアも聞きたい。
with her tone of voice. I fooled around while oohing together with Maria.
いや、 だから大したことじゃ。
さつけ。兄貴にしちゃ嘘が下手だぜ。拍手しやがれ。
I mean, it makes sense. Battler would have a lot of fun with a 9-year-old girl. That's also his mental age.
マリア、お前は右脇をくすぐれ。俺は左脇だ。
No, not the tickling. Don't do that.
マリアは右脇だ、バトラは左脇だ。
ちょっと二人ともやめて。やめ。
Owned. That is great. That was some great sound effects. Thank you, Ryakishi. Maria and I played around, chasing George Aniki as he tried to escape, rolling on the bed. I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun.
ジョージ兄さんが熊沢さんに聞いたのはね。まあほらあれだぜ。
Oh, dish the goss.
兄さんも本家は1年ぶりだからよ。その間に辞めた使用人とか入った使用人とか、そういうのがいたら挨拶したいって。
Oh, I
そうい
see.
うことらしいぜ。
I understand.
挨拶する。マリアも挨拶する。
なんだよそれ。全然やましくねえじゃねえかよ、兄
Battler
貴。
fades in. He, like, vertical wipes into the scene.
違うな。マリア、騙されるな。兄貴は何か隠してるぞ。尋問再開だ。うおりゃ。
Get his
やめ
ass.
てよ本当に。マリアちゃんももうやめて。
We're just having some laughs. We're goofing around a bit. We get a little goofy sometimes.
昼飯の準備とかで忙しいんだよ。
She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch already.
大丈夫。後でちゃんと挨拶に来るぜ。
I see how it is. I understand what's going on here.
シャノンの出迎えの方が良かったって言うんだろ。
シャノン？シャノン。ああ！思い出したぜ。そんな子もいたな。今も使用人やってんのか？元気かよ。
Are we having... What is going on? Is this flashback? Oh no, we're just transitioning. We moved somewhere else.
一時だいぶしんどそうにしとったろ。
おかげで
Oh,
最近はだいぶ調子がいい。
this is a new face.
心配をしてくれてありがとう。
そうだこれ夏日姉さんにお土産。
いつもありがとう。あなたには何かをもらってばかりね。
She has a nice cravat.
これは紅茶？
ペパーミントとレモンバームのハーブティー。頭痛によく効くって
Oh, that actually
有名な
sounds
お店
really
のブレン
nice.
ドなの。
I do like a good tea.
姉さんにも効くかなって思って。
That actually sounds really nice. Yeah, I like her hair too, the two-toned hair. It's a nice, it's a good style. Rosa was always a conscientious woman, probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without getting the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment, but it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress.
そういえばあなた、いつも頭痛だって言ってた
The
わね。
important thing about all 3 Ushiramaya moms is that they can get the press. You know what? I'm in agreement so far. Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those
し
headaches.
っかりなさいな。ジェシカちゃん、今年は受験でしょ？
I like this one a lot so far. It helps that she's voiced by Android 18.
人生の節目じゃない。母親のあなたがそんなじゃ頼りないわよ。それに夏日姉さん、私より3つも若いんだから。
Natsuhi is Emi Shinohara. Oh, Sailor Jupiter. Cool.
もうちょっとしっかりなさい。
Gomenasai. Yeah, I definitely recognize that voice now. It's very distinct. Even under normal circumstances, Eva sometimes failed to choose her words carefully. Sometimes? But her comments aimed at Natsui contained shards of obvious malice, though she hid it with a smile. They all hate each other. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Eva.
うちのバトラ君も今年は受験でしょ。ルドルフさんも少しは関心を持ったら。自分の息子のために夏日姉さんみたいに頭痛になるくらい真剣になりなさいよ。
俺が何か言えば必ず反抗するやつだぜ。じゃあなんて言うんだ。むしろ逆で遊んでていいぞっていうのか。
Didn't you say that earlier, basically?
あいつそういうのだけは素直に聞きやがるぜ。秀吉兄さんのところは受験本当にうまくいったじゃないですか。ぜひ子供操縦術の秘訣を教えてくださいよ。
Let's compare sons. That's a healthy and normal thing to do.
何のために勉強するのかっちゅうことを説いたかもしれんな。個々の勉強に意味があるわけや。
I think it's really funny that Hideyoshi seems like the only well-adjusted person here, and it's because he's not actually a blood member of the family.
そう、勉強っちゅうのはわからんことを自分で調べて身につけるという行為の練習なんや。これができんやつは社会に出ても使い物にならん。
Like, that's a very valid reason. Hideyoshi is the most normal guy here.
勉強し身につけることを学べっちゅうことやな。
ご立派ですわ。うちのジェシカにもそれが理解できればいいんだけど、今のままではとてもじゃないけど、後ろ宮家の跡取りとして。
Wow, I can immediately see why Jessica hates her mom.
いいじゃないの。無理に跡取りにしなくても。女には女の幸せというものもあるんだし、それを親が押し付けちゃ悪いわよ。
予算買えば子供の育て方は家それぞれや。押し付けがましいのはあかんで。
ごめんなさい。
Please don't say things like that. Natsuki will be mean to me.
悪くしないでね。
Please stop fighting. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away the mood, Kyrie brightly made a suggestion to all present.
でも本当に素敵な香りの紅茶ね。早速いただいてみましょうよ。
I immediately can see right away that Ryakishi just likes moms, which is based and smart. But it's so easy to tell.
日本じゃ確か銀座でしか買えなかったはずよ。
キリエ姉さんはお詳しいですね。買ってきた甲斐がありました。
Hideyoshi is very relatable because he thought Eva was hot enough to make up for her family being awful. And he was right. Kyrie and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsuhi forestalled them.
お二人ともありがとう。それは後でいただきましょう。うちの者がすぐお茶を持ってきますので、どうぞおくつろぎください。
二人とも後にしろよ。ウェルカムドリンクくらいごちそうになろうぜ。
He's like, no, let's get drunk instead. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kyrie and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsui bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. No! No, you can't make things yourself. It makes me look bad as a rich lady host. Seeing her face, Eva immediately started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart filled with teacups. For no apparent reason, Natsui gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong.
失礼いたします。
Ah, is this the lady George is interested in?
お茶のご用意をさせていただきます。
おう、シャノンちゃん、久しぶりやの。
ますますべっぴんさんになりよったな。
She looks very average. I was expecting something different. I don't know.
おしゃべりは配膳を済ませてからになさい。お茶が冷めます。
申し訳ございません、奥様。
As a rich lady, it is my prerogative to be rude for no reason to the help. I would never. I think I should be fabulously wealthy, but I would never be rude to the help, especially not my wonderful minions. George likes white bread? I can tell. She apologized like a small, frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart, and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Oh, you're ruining it. Her clumsiness made Natsu's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more. Oh, Shannon's voiced by Rie Kugiyama. Yeah, that's Alphonse. Yeah, that's a lot of... She's in a lot of things.
いいのよ、夏日姉さん。挨拶の一つくらいしたってどうってことないわよ。もう十分待たされてる分、十分お茶も冷めてるのよ。
それは大丈夫です。冷めてはおりませんので。
シャノン、早く配膳を済ませなさい。
They're all such horrible bitches.
失礼しました、奥様。
Natsu's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsu's everyday leadership, making her lose face. Yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? As the person in charge of the Ushiramaya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
よせよ、夏日姉さん。シャノンちゃんだって頑張ってるのに、いじめちゃかわいそうだぜ。
いじめてなんかいません。
You kind of are.
いい香りね。お茶の銘柄を聞いてもいいかしら。
申し訳ございません。後ほど調べてまいります。
I don't know a damn thing. Kirie was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsu's face and the room's mood. By this point, Eva was audibly giggling.
Nani?
Nani?
シャノンちゃん、自分で入れてるものが何かもわからないの？
I don't know, she probably didn't make it.
ダメよ。そんな怪しげなものを来客に振る舞っちゃ。こんなお茶じゃ銀のスプーンでもないと飲めないわよ。
すみません。
I thought you all had silver spoons in your mouths permanently.
ねえ、シャノンちゃん。銀のスプーンって何に使うか知ってる？銀じゃないとダメなのよ。なぜかわかる？
Tell me why. A teasing smile rose to Eva's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Eva's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help.
銀は毒に触れると曇るって言われてるの。
I don't think that's true.
シャノンちゃんも一つお勉強ができた。
I think that's a fake fact. A myth that needs to be busted. They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsu's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Eva's shoulder.
姉貴に銀食器なんていらねえだろ。毒舌の姉貴が一舐めしたら、銀の皿だって真っ黒に曇っちまうぜ。
Get her ass.
わしはその毒舌を毎日聞かされとるから、もう毒に耐性がついてしもたわ。エヴァもわし相手には
I'm microdosing my wife.
ない相手にはちいと加減せんと。
I can tolerate her for long periods of time.
あらあら、ひどい。
ひどい。
シャノンちゃんにお茶の知識を教えてあげただけじゃ
Sorry,
ない。
it's fun to imitate. Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kyrie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Kyrie is like the only almost human here, again, because she's not a blood member of the family. Kyrie and Hideyoshi are like the nicest ones because they're not actually Ushiromayas. Shannon cast her eyes downward as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way. Oh, hello. Oh, she's his sister. It's his role to watch. Based. Kanon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So, when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there was no doubt there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. Oh. Yeah, I like how quickly it revealed like Goda's kind of a dick when he seems so nice at first. Kanon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. You should just be brutally and honest in a monotone voice, like me. Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. Oh, this is yeah, it's Genji, the head servant. Genji is also very wide. Should we look at the pachinko art for him? He is, in fact, very wide. Holy shit, Shannon, your tibbies. Alright, that's enough of that. Bozongonoids. Like some of the tits in the Ryakishi art are going a little wild, but in the you switch to the pachinko art and they're like, holy shit. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. Yeah, I've noticed that feel. Like, some of the characters in the Ryakishi art are obviously meant to have boobers. Like Kyrie. Kyries are like big, and then you switch to the pachinko art and you're like, whoa. I don't, you know, obviously I am a man of culture. I don't mind looking at some boobs every now and then, but it is a little, something about the pachinko art just has like weird proportions too, like all over, not just in the chest area, and it's kind of weird to look at. I don't like it very much. Especially Kyrie. We looked at Kyrie and it's like, oh god, what's wrong with her? However, Kanon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. No, I have to bear it. I am strong and independent. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah. Someone told me earlier that the pachinko art is done by the manga artist, but what I've seen from the manga looks way better than that. Shannon has the eagle tattooed on her leg. Can I see it in the tips? Oh, it doesn't look like she's in here yet. I guess I have to progress further. Maybe it's because Battler's the perspective character and he hasn't seen her yet. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. I like how, to show that she's like hiding a little bit, she's just peeking out of the edge of the screen. What's your problem, Goda? They seem nice.
どこかの立派なホテルにお勤めだったそうです。そこで身につけられたというお仕事ぶりは、そりゃ大したものだとは思います。ただ、ゴーダさんはここでは
Oh, I see. He's the new kid. He's not used to being the new kid. I see.
彼は自分より長い年季を持ちながらも未熟で人生経験も及ばないシャノンさんとカノン君をことあるごとにいびられるのです。また気の毒なことに夏日奥様にも嫌われております。
What's Natsuhi's problem, besides just being a horrible rich lady?
もちろん年季という意味では奥様の方が長くこの家におられます。ただ
She doesn't seem that sympathetic. Oh yeah, I guess her dad is terrible and beat her with sticks. I forgot the beating with sticks part.
あの二人に辛く当たる言われは何もないことを重々承知してはおります。 しかし、それが理屈で分かっているからといってどうにもならないのが人の。
That's a good turn of phrase. The heart has reasons that reason knows not. Is that a quote from something? Feels like it is.
私には何もできず、こうして物陰から。
Natsuhi was also married into the family? Oh, I thought she was one of the. I thought they said they were 3 sisters. I mean, I guess sisters-in-law, but I thought she was a... Oh! That took me by surprise. Natsuhi is Krause's wife? Oh, we haven't met Krause yet. I catch. Does anybody know, I guess we can call them chapters. How many of those eye catch chapters, you know, these segments separated by eye catches are in chapter 1 here? Trying to see how I should divvy this up. A few dozen. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, I won't worry about that then. I thought it was if some reasonable number I could be like, okay, I'll divide them up by that. 17. I see. The 4 of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening attentively.
なんかやっと馴染んできたぜ。ジェシカもマリアも6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。
Yeah, I know they're long. I was just wondering if there's... I was just wondering how I might be able to divvy these up, because I like doing things in chunks like that.
同じ言葉を返してやるよ。バトラだって6年ぶりだってのに全然変わってねえぜ。図体がいくらでかくなっても
Gigantic.
中身は相変わらずお子様だってことだな。マリ
アもお子様。マリアもお子様。
We know.
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。お子様から可愛いお姫様に成長していくんだからな。そうしたらまな板みてえな胸もすぐジェシカ。
Alright, Battler, I need you to act a little bit more normal than this. Please. Please be normal. No, no. Don't repeat that part, please.
ダメだよ、マリアちゃん。そんな約束しちゃダメ。
約束したから揉ませる。マリア、約束は守る。
Next bit.
絶対守る。
Next bit, please.
お前、本当に素直ないい子だな。お前と結婚する未来の旦那さんはきっと幸せ
って、いい話にすり替えつつ約束を保持してんじゃねえぜ。マリア、その約束はなし。なし。
約束取り消し。
Next bit, please.
やっぱりバトラ君も揃って4人で集まらないといとこが集合した気がしなかったね。
Yeah, we needed to round out the freak quota.
この6年はやっぱり寂しかったよ。
そうだな。
そうだな。
こういうふざけた話にはならなかったな。でも建設的な話はできてたと思ったぜ。将来に対する心構えとか受験とか就職とかよ。
悪うございましたね。
Daisuke Ono sure can do some silly voices.
俺が来たらおまぬけなドタバタばっかりでよ。
でもマリアは今年のが楽しい。
そうだね。僕も同感。今年が一番楽しいよ。
Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten. Okay. That's one comparison, I guess.
失礼いたします。お食事のご用意ができました。
A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly.
Shannon, 入れよ。
Ah, here we go.
バトラは覚えてるだろ。
Maybe now we can see Shannon's whole sprite because Battler will see her. I don't think people are added to the to our corkboard and red string screen until Battler actually meets them himself. Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. Let me see. Oh, no, she's still not in there.
6年ぶりでございます。シャノンです。
Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. He's gonna say something about boobs.
ジェシカにも驚かされたが、シャノンちゃんにも驚かされたぜ。
The name in kanjis? Okay.
あんたもすっかり美人になったじゃねえのよ。
もったいないお言葉。強烈に
しかしよ、この島じゃよっぽど食事の栄養価が高いんじゃねえのか。何を食ってどこを鍛えたらそんなに。
There we go. I knew it. You need to control yourself.
ジェシカとどっちがでけえか、ちょいと触って確かめさせてもらうぜ。
With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by funneling breasts. Okay. This is just a Battler-style method of communication. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that. You're just stupid. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So, I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Ha! You know, he's self-aware that he's the gag character, and I can respect that at least. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? That's a hell of a laugh right there. One of his moves in the fighting game is grabbing hands, of course. Like that had ever happened. Wow, you're really zoomed in. I can see your pixels. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on, but she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Ryokushi announces Hisui too. Hey, I wasn't planning on this. Please hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna... I have no self-control. I can't stop myself. Switch... Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I can scroll back. I guess I can, but it doesn't show the sprite. Sorry. You're gonna have to live without that. Thank you for stopping me from committing a crime.
いやいや、すまんぜシャノンちゃん。魅力的な胸に思わず吸着されそうになっちまった。つうか、さすがにあの間合いまで来たら犯罪確定だろ。
Yeah, unlike you, who is not a molester.
ダメだぜ。抵抗しなきゃよ。
ですけど、バトラ様は大切なお客様ですし。
あのな、お客様でも犯罪は犯罪。
I did this to teach you a valuable life lesson. You should beat me up when I do that. It's funny. Ugh. Oh, that one knocked the wind out of me. Okay, this bit's fine because it's actually funny. You keep saying that? It's really concerning. Of course she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she would be prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. Very cool, Battler. Calm down.
そういうお約束じゃないとオチがつかねえんだよ。
Yes, please. I also need the gag to end, please.
バチンバチンと。
お願いは聞けません。家具ですから。でも命令ならお聞きします。
Next bit, please. This one's been going on for so long. At least, yes, Daisuke Ono's earning his pay once again, so at least that helps. Yeah, you should beat this idiot up.
仰せつかりました。以後そのようにさせていただきます。バトラ様、ご承知おきくださいませ。
Shannon-chan announced this whole while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. Very alright.
6年前はお手伝いさんの連れ子がついでにお手伝いみたいな印象だったんだけど。
Is this where the femdom mark starts?
かり一人前の使用人さんだな。今年で何年になるんだ？はい。
おかげさまで10年ほどお使いさせていただいております。
The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now there's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiramaya family. Yeah, I heard the little sound, so I should be able to look at it now. Ah, there we go. Oh, she does have it on her leg. That's pretty neat, I guess. I guess she needs the gap there. The Ushiramaya family crest has to be visible at all times. I love the glass shattering sound when I go back. That's very funny. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person in my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That's why part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age. So, like, again, I don't want to say that, like, this is Tsukihime's fault. I just wonder if there was, like, something about maids in visual novels at the time where it's like, I haven't seen them since I moved out. Because it's so similar to Hisui and Kohaku. Okay, more talking about her boobs, thank you.
さっき会ったカノン君は彼女の弟なんだよ。
弟というわけでは。でも、私のことを姉と慕ってくれます。何か失礼なことはしませんでしたか？
相変わらずいつも通りだぜ。もうちょっと愛想よくすればいいのによ。もっと
カノン君がご迷惑をおかけしたようで申し訳ございません。
I gotta be more patient. I keep thinking the voice acting is over.
別に迷惑なんか何も。
I do wonder if there did seem like there was a maid movement in the early 2000s in anime stuff.
愛想が悪いのは当たり前だぜ。
マリアもよく言われる。愛想悪いって言われる。カナンと一緒。マリア様は愛想悪くなんかありません。一緒がよかった。
That's cute.
食事の準備ができたんだっけ？
はい、失礼いたしました。お食事のご用意が整いましたので、皆様をお屋敷へご案内いたします。
Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあ、お屋敷に行こうか。みんなもお腹が空いてたところでしょ。
だな。
だな。
ゴーダさんがいる時の飯は楽しみなんだよ。あの人、どこぞの有名ホテルでシェフをやってたらしくて。
Ah, Goda's hidden talents. Apparently he sucks at making tea, though.
それ楽しみ。行こうぜマリア。ガツガツ犬みたいに食い散らかすぞ。
犬みたいに食い散らかす。
ダメダメ。バトラ君の言うことはいちいち真に受けちゃダメだよ。全部冗談なんだから。さ。
Just ignore him. He's a freak. Under Shannon-chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. Scene transition, scene transition, scene transition. Met once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiramaya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? Yeah, just put your legs under it. That'll fix the problem. Resident Evil. That's just what the door sound made me think of. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him, I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here for longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Let's take a look at him here. I heard the sound. Yep, that's a guy.
Batora-sama, お久しゅうございます。
As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji seems nice, at least. Like, he seems like a cool guy.
おかげさまで健やかに過ごさせていただいております。バトラ様こそご立派になられました。
Well, I wouldn't say that.
親方様の若き日に少し似てこられましたな。
俺がじい様にってことは、さぞやじい様は若い頃モテたろうな。
Yeah, Genji's the only guy that works directly for Kinzo. Nobody else seems to be able to go near him.
ここからはシャノンに代わって私が
I'm ignoring that last thing you said, you weirdo.
どうぞこちらへ。
Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed toward the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, and you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems he was guided by grandfather's side. It seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. Genji always serves. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed, which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Oh, is this it? Are we gonna see it? Yeah, the painting. This is who could not know about Umineko's famous fucked up evil lady painting? It's like one of those Scooby-Doo paintings that always watches you, but it's actually, but also like Scooby-Doo, it's just Beatrice behind the painting with her actual eyes. That's the secret. That's how she does it. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped, walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Yes, that painting was obviously not done by Ryakishi. Everyone else stopped too. Huh.
さようでございます。一昨年の4月に親方様がかねてより画家に命じて描かせていたものをあそこに展示。あのじい様がね。
It does. It's obviously imitating his art, but I don't think the painting was actually done by him. Like, I think he did Beatrice's sprites first, and then whoever did that painting imitated them. The portrait suited this Western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. It was commissioned. Huh. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Beatrice. Bayonetta.
Beatrice. 魔女だよ。
A witch.
昔聞かされたことない？
魔女？
I don't know shit.
ってこの島の？
I think I already said this, but Rokanjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive, considering that only the Ushiramaya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Oh, okay, this music's going off a little bit, hang on. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come to save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. The portrait of Beatrice was drawn by Takahito Ekusa. I see. That's cool. And, since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. There were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go to play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story has been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokanjima was born. This is the legend of Rokanjima's witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aneki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. Naruhodo na.
しかし、あの魔女伝説の魔女にベアトリーチェなんておしゃれな名前がついてたとはとんと忘れてたぜ。じいさまめ。孫たちが信じないもんだからわざわざ絵に描きやがったが。
Old man's trying to spook us.
じいさまの妄想の中の魔女だよ。この絵を掲げた頃から現実と幻想の区別がつかなくなり始めた。
She's real, I tell ya.
想像の中の魔女に過ぎないけど、じいさまにとっては彼女はこの島にいる存在。いる。だからそれを理解することができない私たちにもわかるよう、あの絵を描かせたっていうんだけど。
You don't get it. She's my waifu. I wailed for her.
お嬢様、親方様にとっては大切な肖像。
Don't make fun of his scab commission.
親方様の前でそのようにおっしゃられることがございませんよ。
わかってるぜ。頼まれても言わねえよ。
Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
行こうよ。食堂にみんなを待たせてるよ。
お腹すいた。
Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiramaya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokanjima. I had a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I'd learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck down by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokanjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiramaya family that rules Rokanjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the Witch's Island. Usai! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. Some very Resident Evil music in the background, very fitting. I hurriedly chased after them. Dong! We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. Spooky. The atmosphere has turned spooky. The doors were opened and we were invited inside. Ooh, what's gonna be in there? An extremely normal dining room. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So, the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damned dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-hand seat in the third row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then, finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the fifth row sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th row and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though silverware had been sat there and everything. Yeah, no, it's the whole family ordering is insane shit. Insane thing rich people do. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiramaya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descendant would become first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. Woo boy. Oh yeah, this isn't like a thing Kinzo invented. At least not the part where you sit in order of like family line. That's just a thing people did. This part is unique though, according to Battler. It's terrible, but by this system my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Very cool, Kinzo. You seem like a nice guy. Everything about Kinzo just makes him seem vile. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsui, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in the managing of this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. No wonder she's so full of spite and venom.
はい。食ったり食べたり食事したりしてたらいつの間にかこんな身長に。
さすが男の子ね。身長はいくつくらいあるの？
5'11".
180かな。
He's so excited every time he has to say it.
つうかおばさん、そこは食べてばっかりじゃねえかって突っ込んでくださいよ。
Oh, I'm sure we'll learn a lot about Nazi, but so far she just seems really mean.
ああ、ごめんなさいね。
After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuki. Let's take a look. She's like posing. She's like A-posing. Ma'am, your boobers. Goddamn, every woman's tits are like massively sized up in the pachinko art. George, your face, your eyes are so far apart. Okay, Hideyoshi looks fine. Yeah, see, now Rudolph looks even more like a Yakuza boss. Scrunkly. Yeah, inflated. Okay. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Well, what does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? Feels bad to say it like this, but while I don't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her, though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. She doesn't get my jokes. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. Where does the Mega Maid stand in the Mecha tier list? That's tough. The Mega Maid is pretty strong. I mean, it's got that vacuum. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until a person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So, as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Where is he? Where is the old man? I'm hungry. But now he's decrepit and crazy.
最近はそうでもねえよ。というか、もう自分の世界オンリーって感じで、会食にも顔を出さねえぜ。さすがに今日くらいは足並みを揃えてくれるって思ってたんだけどな。まあ。私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
That's fair. He seems awful to be around.
Jessica.
When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. I get the feeling they're going to be waiting for a while. Ushiramaya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiro... Hang on, I gotta see this guy's pachinko art. I gotta see this. No, you can't make him look like that much of a Chad. He should look like this, where he's, like, falling apart. I do like his suit. He's got a nice suit. The suit is cool and the cape. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. No, I love his outfit. I think it's great. I just think the pachinko art makes him look too healthy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air. Oh, that was quite some alliteration. Very good. Which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. Anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Oh yeah, I get to hear this guy's voice again. He's always going in. Crucifixion is already on the menu. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. It's a very old-fashioned way to use that word. He's very violent. Oh, he's talking about the witch again. He can't help it. He's obsessed. The broth of the apocalypse. It's actually kind of raw. My demonic absence. On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Oh, is this Kraus? Yeah, this is Kraus. Kraus shrugged as though saying, "It's no use," and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality.
Kinzo-san,
don't you love your family? No, I want my witch waifu. Urusai. This dude has fucking lost his marbles. The apostles are already readying their trumpets. I know the whole point here is that he's fucking crazy and senile and yelling like biblical curses because he's old, but unfortunately the things he's yelling are really raw. Kinzo slammed an old, heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, Yeah, this dude is chewing the scenery, it rules. He's chewing the JPEG scenery. Beatrice. He's crying. He's so sad. Oh. Reap the smiles of the earth. No wonder he gets so much dialogue, like such long, like soliloquies. This actor is going in. Oops, sorry, I bumped my mic. Pardon-moi. This dude is fucking putting his all into dying sounds. I don't know, it seems really accurate, honestly. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. We need to test Goda's cooking. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Poor Genji. I feel bad for Genji because he's like Kinzo's buddy. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh.
Genji wa mada ka?
Genji wa mada ka?
Nanimono ga Genji o habande iru to iu no ka?
Who dares keep him from coming?
Genji wa doko da? Genji o yobe! Sa, koko wa omakase kudasai. Sumimasen na.
Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door.
Oyakata-sama, Genji de gozaimasu. Genji ka? Nani yue watashi wo kore hodo ni watasu no ka? Soko ni wa dare mo oru mai na. Hai. Watashi dake de gozaimasu.
Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. What is this? Is this his Bond trap? Like James Bond? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that, to him, were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family ahead, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, pour the absinthe into my IV. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires!" There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then, he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Okay, this is weird. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white? It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then, Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. I gotta get my absinthe just right. This is just how you serve absinthe? Oh. I didn't know that. I've never had absinthe. Absinthe seems kind of gross, honestly. Like, I'm not going to my local bar and going, give me some absinthe. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glasses down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Absinthe is super high proof and it's bitter because of the wormwood, so it needs to be diluted and sweetened. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why absinthe just sounds gross to me. Like, I know you can make it sweeter, but... drink, my friend. Itadakimasu. Genjiro respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. No relish you put on a hot dog. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old unshakable habit. That's just something you say to your butler that you're close to. You ever just tell your butler that you've known for many years and is another man, we've grown old together? Kinzo gave a faint smile as if to say he didn't need any flattery. I feel like absinthe has some historical association with mysticism, though I'm not 100% sure. It might just been a thing like Rikushi's like, oh, that's a weird name. Sounds like magic shit. I don't know you like I do, sir. I mean, maybe your kids avoid you because you're terrible to be around. I don't know. Well, that's true. Wow, he's just roasting his entire family. Yeah, he's like, and you're just ugly. He's just like, and Maria. There's nothing wrong with her. I just don't like the look of her. This feels like grounds to curse someone. If they said that to me, I would put a curse on their entire bloodline too. Beatrice. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. My guy best friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. It's more like months. The Demon's Roulette. That sure is a cultural reference I don't totally understand, but I think I get it from context clues. Right. Ah, that's how I feel about my jump-ins.
神話に登場する数々の奇跡は天文学的リスクに奇跡的な低確率を得て成就した驚愕すべき魔力の結晶なのだと言える。モーゼが海を割ったのは神の奇跡ではない。蹂躙の計りに乗せられ軍勢によって航海に追い詰められた絶対絶命のリスクが
There is no God. Moses was a wizard. Make the enigma come into being. This guy goes in. He's going hard. He's spitting some bars right now.
私はその奇跡をつかみ取るだろう。生涯を費やした願いを実現できるだろう。
Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies.
もし私にその奇跡を手にする資格があったなら、おお、ベアトリーチェ。
I don't think she's listening, dude. She's not. She's leaving you on red, I think. I kept the receipt. This guy will not shut up. Yeah, this guy loves monologuing. I don't know if it's Ryakishi loves monologues in general, or just if he loves making Kinzo monologue, because he's so verbose, right? He doesn't talk in plain English like the rest of the cast. He talks like an old Shakespearean man. Beatrice, I'll tier sub 3 for you. His nonsensical yells became a scream and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. What a sad sight.
やあ諸君、当主様は具合が優れられないとのことだ。
Yeah, I could tell.
せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできないことを非常に残念にしておられた。
Well, that part's a lie.
ゴーダ、ランチを始めてくれ。
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
南條先生、そんなにお父様のお具合は悪いの？せめて顔くらい見せてくれてもいいわよね。
体調というよりは、
Yeah, he's fucking nuts. That's a charitable way to put it.
こればかりはつける薬がありませんので。
おいおい、機嫌ってまたかよ。そりゃないぜ。こちとら秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合してご機嫌伺いに来てるんだ。それをよ。
よかったじゃないか、ルドルフ。ご機嫌は伺えたんだ。それとも不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わりお前が説得して連れてきてくれるのかね。
Haha, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to talk to Dad. Are you kidding me? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting.
夕食までにはその機嫌治りそうなの？クラウス兄さん。
そんなことは知らんよ。親父殿に直接聞いてみるといい。もっとも声をかけない方が機嫌の治りは早いと思うがね。
源氏さんだけだよ。じい様の機嫌を治せるのは。
I don't know about that anymore. That doesn't seem to be the case even anymore. Kraus is voiced by Jodota Kusogi. Oh, he's OVA Jotaro. Nice. They got both Jotaros in here. And he's Otori and Utena. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely recognize his voice now. Once I make the connection, it's like really easy to recognize them.
Jessica, 余計なことは言わなくていい。
She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking.
機嫌がうんぬんってことは病状はそんな悪くないんじゃねえの？元気がないってんならともかく機嫌が悪いってのは少なくとも気はしっかりしてる。
Oh, I wouldn't say that. There's no wits about that guy.
おじい様は特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。でも体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。去年からずっと余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。
Yeah, he doesn't know when to quit, this guy.
おじい様は気力だけで流られてるってことになる。
It's like that, it's like Bly Manor. He just refuses to fucking die. Gonna have to get that pillow. Lunch started with the family head seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiramaya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore. Okay. The clock is ticking. It's 1:30. I think that is a good place to stop for now. Yes. Oh, this fancy save screen. I think this is a good place to stop for now. We got a big, long Kinzo monologue. Always fun with that guy. That guy's just a right and a half. And yeah, this is really interesting so far. I do definitely see, just after 1 or 2 Kinzo scenes, why people are like so insistent on the voice acting, because that guy goes fucking hard. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by this so far. I'm curious about where it's going. Nothing's like popped off yet. It's all building that tension, and it's really interesting so far. I'm interested in this bizarre, fucked up rich family dynamic. So it's cool. I think it'll be fun to dig deeper into this. Probably another session next week, I think. In the meantime, on Sunday, we'll be doing a live build with the Master Grade Eclipse Gundam, so look forward to that. And we'll raid KZ since he's playing the Resident Evil 2 remake, which is a fantastic game. I want to thank everybody, though, for coming out. This is a larger than usual audience and not one I expected for a visual novel. So it's nice to see that people are interested in that sort of thing. I appreciate it. And I wanted to thank Buki Hacks for following, Pyropoyo for subbing, and Chesto for donating. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Your princess appreciates any of the favors you are willing to give to him. Ho, 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 ho. Good night, everybody, and I'll see you on Sunday.